stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Do you love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into the light as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I've just landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming, from tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We're Game Evo Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Time to wake up to a new reality.
₦10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
Access on the break to possibly seal it all. One last throw on the goal! It ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God! Medicine. Champion of the AFC 25, KILLERFREAK.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's Esports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
KD Sports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria
to the world. From gamers to champions, Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria, Esports Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
Hello world, ladies and gentlemen. You're humbly welcome to the National E-Soccer Elite League. The Giants are here. Well, if you don't understand that phrase, let me walk you through how we got here to the middle of the year. 2026 began splendid, where KD Sports announced what was going to happen this year. We started off Onile Esports Championship through the communities inside Nigeria, and we got champions everywhere. A guy like Baloke rose to the top and made his mark. After Onile Esports Championship, we head on to the Challengers Cup, looking for the men to be in Division 2. And we did find them, the likes of DADABOI, Italian Mafia, guys like KAYKAY, who went on to lift the trophy, proved that they went to go pro. And then of course the National E-Soccer Pro League came on a couple of months back, and we saw that pandemonium that came with guys like KINGNONEX, Guru, all over Nigeria, and showing what they've got. And the moment leads right here, the National E-Soccer Elite League, where 13 of the very best you find in Nigeria go head to head across the next 5 weeks. My name is Slimo, and it's an absolute pleasure being here with you. I will be part of your broadcast team, guiding you through everything, but I'll not be doing this alone. I'll be doing this with Nigeria's finest, Money, in the building as well with me. Money, how far now?
Yo, I'm excited. First of all, I'm excited, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We've been looking forward to this for over a year now. For me, ultimately, this is the ultimate proof. I mean, we did see what it meant to someone like Farouk, who won the penultimate championship last year. It meant the world to him. It did feel like one of those wins that was like maybe you do win the World Cup, you know, for the first time after so many challenges in your career for football players. But I mean, the build-up between that time, so many things happened. You did mention that one rightly. We did see the Onile Esports, the Onile tourney across the local governments, and we did see the 20 guys who won the top 20 from the Onile tournament come together to find one champion, Baloke. After that, we saw the pro leagues. I mean, Challengers Cup, Pro Leagues, and then we saw the Pro Leagues. That one gave us something different. For 7-8 weeks, we were on here giving you guys all of the gist, and you guys, the reaction, the every moment, the game by game, the plays, the conversations that happened after that game. I mean, it does tell me that this one, the Elite Division, is definitely one that will possibly be the biggest so far.
It is indeed showing that it will be special, and the reason why we started like that was the fact that a lot of people kept saying they handpicked the elite players. No way, there was a clear roadmap, and these players showed that they deserve to be here. Well, now to explain the format and the rules to you guys, it's 13 players all play all across the next 5 weeks, but of course they'll have to follow strict rules and restrictions. And for this time around, we are starting off. Of course, the rules are flexible; they might be changing every week, but we will start week 1 of the National E-Soccer Elite League with them having a 10 million coin budget on Ultimate Team. No evolution cards allowed. Now, this one raised a lot of chatter. I'm sure Manny and I will be going deeply into it. And for the very first time, we are introducing something that will give us an identity here in Nigeria. It is a must for a Nigerian player to be featured in the starting lineup, and it has to be used for about 30 minutes. Manny and I will be delving deeper into that one. The players are not just playing for pride, they are not just playing for glory, they are playing for some cool amount of cash. You see at the top right there, 3 million naira on the line.
Oof,
a lot of money to be won, money. I mean, you're looking at first place, he's taking home 1 million naira.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins this one, definitely a millionaire already. The reason I love this particular one is the even distribution across is what I love about it. Second place is going to be going home with 600,000. So if you do miss out just on that one, you do feel like, okay, I got something out of this. Third place is going home with 400,000 naira, while fourth place is going to be going home with 300,000. Usually that will be the end of it, but
so basically everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
The 5th, the 6th, the 7th place, 8th place, and even 9th to 13th all have something. 5th place is going home with 200,000. 6th place is 150. 7th place 100,000. 8th place 50,000. 9th to 13, they are still going home with 25,000. So
exactly.
For everybody who is at home wondering why they should be on here, why they should be competing at this level, this is a very perfect reason for you. I mean, if you win this, you probably have sorted out your rents for the year.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and don't say I mean, you can still not get to the point, but something for everybody, and that's one thing I really like about this.
Yeah, it has clearly shown that it's a perfect way to get in some cool cash, but beyond the cash, with the type of glory, I mean, with what the past winner Farouk Manzo was able to earn out of that, we'll be speaking a lot more about. But the second edition of the National E-Soccer Elite League, we've got some new sponsors on board, and of course some of the old ones coming in and showing us why they want to be here. Guys like Game Vivo, we salute them for this massive production, getting on board once more. Game Pride, you couldn't have done this without them. Esports African News, telling the world all about Nigeria's greatness when it comes to FC Esports. And we have a new partner on board, Trace. It's a pleasure to welcome you on board, welcome you with open arms. So we are getting ready to go with the action, and week 1 is set, and the fixtures have been set as well. Manny, I mean, take us through first round and let's see what we have.
First round is going to be Guru versus KAYKAY. Those two guys met in the pro leagues, but I tell you, every single thing that happened in the pro leagues just 2-3 months ago means nothing, because this is a totally different division. We've seen these guys go head to head with each other, and we've seen them go head to head with other people in their bracket, but now we're going to have the chance to see them go against every single other person in the elite division. So Guru and KAYKAY will be kicking things off for us, while KillerFreak and WOLEVATION, KillerFreak was the one who ultimately lost out on that spot to Farouk last year, are going to be doing the battle in the second round of games. Well, we're going to begin this one. The primary speed has KAYKAY, the man from Lumos Hub, in his favorite purple, representing his club also, while esports company, while Guru, we don't have so many conversations about Guru. Let's see if this is going to be a different him, but if he started out the way he started out in the pro leagues, he might be in some trouble. He really did start out good, but he found his rhythm in the middle of the whole thing, and it did look like at some point he lost that one, while KillerFreak and WOLEVATION will possibly be doing the work in the back.
Well, we do have jet off. We officially begin National E-Soccer Edition 2 Elite League, and we'll start with 2 players who have to fight their way here into the Elite League. Lumo House, KAYKAY taking on the Abuja man himself, Guru. I believe KAYKAY will be starting in that all-white kit with Guru also following suit in the blue. You have to take note of the squads, because if you're playing Ultimate Team, you know a lot of updates have come in, a lot of changes have come in as well. These players have to follow strict restrictions going in, and I'm sure they know all about that. First glance at the Nigerian item being used, I believe, by KAYKAY is that Ajibade. I think she's quite pacey for a winger to play in that position as a KK.
Yes,
Looking to register early, but great defensive business from Guru. That's one thing that I'm looking out for. You know, you only have to use the Nigerian item for just 13 game minutes, but I feel like some of them are good enough to possibly even go the whole way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if we're not talking about the whole way, we're talking about the first half and couple halves after that, couple minutes after the first half we do, because you know you also have to realize that the players don't want to be putting themselves in positions whereby they're making changes as quickly as 30 minutes. So you have to be looking forward to getting the players who can do the job and the business over the course of the game. For me, interesting is we did see Guru as a man who knew how to take chances from early on in the pro leagues. He has not really found that rhythm so far so good, but that tells you I think that the competition here is different. These are the bigger leagues. These are the top boys, top dogs. Maybe that will change a little bit this time around, but let's see how it would affect the way Guru takes the second shot. Oliver Kahn on the defensive duty for Lumo Hub's esports man KK, while Yashin still making the business for Guru.
I'm very particular about the Nigerian item because there's loads of options that you can go for, but it seems like both players are actually rocking with that Ajibade, and it's caused me to look deeply into what that Ajibade card has. He's got Rapid as the playstyle plus, which is very, very impressive because, you know, if you want your wingers to be quick, you've got to have them to have that rapid or quick step in space. Guru to open us up!
Love the fact that he saw the goalkeeper Koso by KK and was able to quickly change his mind. Does business. We did speak about it. I just talk about him being the guy who always knew how to take the first chance of the game. Maybe this time around he came a little bit late, but he's done the job. He's got himself the first goal. Now it's up to KK to respond.
Well, incredible start from the man all the way from Abuja. Made his mark a couple of months back in the pro division and is looking to continue in the same format. Lovely build-up play to open up that back line. And we have liftoff. The goals have started flowing. And if you're enjoying all of the action, we are live on Kid Esports YouTube. I've seen guys in the comments asking, no predictions this time. Well, there is predictions this time, but it will start with the next game on the broadcast. So make sure you're following Kid Esports on Instagram and you've joined the channel so you can have your predictions go live. So predictions will still be around. Just make sure you're keeping tabs on everything that is happening. Hendrik in space. Oh, KK. That's some lovely FC right there. What you expecting KK to convert?
Yeah, low driven. I mean, in that point, did feel like one of the chances, one of the ways to get that one over the line. For me, the Hendrik card is one I'm very particular about. What do you think could be the reason behind him using that one as it does? Okay, I think we did almost see that goal go in by KK there, but quickly we're going back into the action where Guru will be looking forward to getting this one over the line. It's a throw in, but going back to it, Slimer, for me, I'm looking at Hendrik card. It's not a card I've seen consistently. What do you think could be the particular reason why someone like KK will be going for that card? Why Ajibade?
Offside on that one. But I mean, these days, picking a center forward option is kind of tricky, especially with the number of updates that's coming. You know, we are still in team of the season era right now. There are some great strikers in the mix. I just saw the Erling Haaland card being released as part of the Premier League team of the season. There's the João Pedro item you could use, but there's also gems hidden everywhere. And Hendrik, after leaving Real Madrid to Lyon, we've seen his resurgence. EA did reward him with a card. It's a Fantasy EA FC item, 91 rated, cost about 1.9 million coins. It's quite expensive, and he's fitting in that KK budget of 10 million coins. So it's quite interesting for him to be using that item. And I mean, his playstyles are pretty good as well. He's got finesse playstyle plus, which is perfect. Incisive, if you have incisive on your striker, you know how this game works. It's going to be pretty important. Got low driven, game changer if you're looking for a Trivela as well. Tiki taka technique. I mean, basically he has everything. So it's no surprise that KK is deploying this Hendrik item.
Yeah, I mean, just before we continue on the Hendrik matter, I'm looking at what is currently happening on the screen, and I'm noticing that it does look like Guru has done his homework against someone like KK. Every single time there's an opportunity for KK to stretch the defense from the wing play, you see Guru already triggering a run from his defender and sort of ensuring that that space does not get afforded to somebody like KK. I mean, it does pay the fact that he has played someone like KK again and again in pro leagues. I mean, yes, they did grind together for a couple of times during the whole duration and they did play competitively, but I think it's just like right now you see on the screen, possibly some other players might not necessarily cover all of that space, cover all of the blade of the grass, but Guru doing a whole lot of work defensively here, especially after that first 4-5 minutes from KK.
Oh, certainly, Guru. I mean, he did show with the pro leagues that in transition he can be deadly to play against, and he's kind of mastered the art of having that patience even when in transition. Because we know guys like maybe ANIFE, when they get in transition, they don't want to stop at all. It's
brilliant at its finest. My goodness, that turn from Shelling, you know, we still see this from Shelling from the pro leagues. Once it's on her right foot inside the 18-yard box, you need a miracle to stop it from going in. But fantastic play, patience, like you had mentioned, patience to hold on and find that space, and then the ability to utilize that space. Good one from Guru.
I mean, Manny, just to pick your brain a little bit, across all of the players that we are seeing in this squad, there's one name that is recurring from the Pro League, and that's Shelling. If you look at all of the items, likes of Van der Ven, all of those players, none of them are still making these squads. So it just tells you the changes that has come with the updates of this game. That's why we keep saying if you want to stay at the top, you have to be consistently playing. And you can tell Guru and KK, they've been doing exactly that. That's why you're seeing a lot of changes in the lineup. If you did watch the Pro Leagues a couple of months back, there's Mateo on that wing for Guru in a strong position. Here's Zielinski just on the head of the box as Guru seemingly confident. Drop your comments coming. This one from Precious, who says Flick no day here. Well, unfortunately he couldn't qualify, but a man who qualified was Guru, and he's making a statement and says I deserve to be here too.
I did say that it didn't matter anymore what happened in the pro leagues. This is a totally different ground. We possibly will have to call that one the past now and history. That's history. I mean, 2 months ago this was a different, it would have been a different ball game.
Right now, Guru and KK played in the Pro League, it wasn't. The start wasn't this electric from Guru.
Absolutely not. I mean, for me, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I love that. And someone saying the game hasn't entered KK's body, but it doesn't really matter for Guru. I mean, that's good luck. He has 3 points. It doesn't care. I mean, he will be possibly.
It's a different approach even from last year. Because remember his first game against BAJI Senior, where he dropped points and everybody was surprised. It was like, you're expecting him to go on and win that game. I think it's a different mindset now. He knows that you cannot start leagues poorly. Because to be honest with you, with how Guru played, if he had started strongly, he probably would have beaten with the likes of KINGNONEX and KAYKAY.
Yeah.
So it caused him to struggle at the end. So I think it's a different approach for him, and kudos to him.
I mean, for me, I think, and I insist that whatever happened last year, he has learned from last year. He has done his job, done his homework. And the way he's tracking the runs is what, for me, is very, very impressive. He's tracking all of those runs. Here's the first goal as it went in. That one saw the goalkeeper's movement all the way. And this is how the second one went in from Shelling. I wish you saw the build up to this goal. Very, very patient, very, very intentional with every pass, every move, every turn. And it definitely gave him the second goal needed for that respite. I think this is how we got the third one in. Yes. Yeah. This is one for Mike Ajibade turning up for Guru. She's been doing so much on that right wing. She's been doing so much. Her pace, like you called earlier on, very, very instrumental to how
she's got rapid pass and 94 pace. You know, sometimes they can have the pace, but once they don't have quick step or rapid pass, when they're running, you just don't feel it. And usually when they're lengthy as well, it does help a lot. Look, you look at McTominay in that side for Guru. When we say 10 million coins, you can't just go around splashing $1 million or $2 million on every single player. You've got to have players that are under $1 million to kind of balance their teams out. And you look at that McTominay item, team of the season from Serie A, of course, the Napoli man. He's got decent play styles. He's got that aggressive play style that can play box to box a little bit, and he's perfect for that team. So great pick from Guru right there, but now KK needs to make a statement for himself. He's just not been able to put it together.
While we can say that, I also want to insist that this is due to Guru doing the job. Listen, if you're looking at this consistently, I hope we might get some analysis from one of the analysts in the studio sometime. This is Guru figuring out how to stop all of the runs that have been triggered by his opponent KK from the very get-go. He has done his homework, and sometimes it's not just about doing the homework, it's about doing it effectively. As Mateo will get a chance, but this time around, I did think that one was going to go off a little bit, but he has done the business, scored the fourth goal. Yes, the 10 minutes half, but I mean, for me, 4-0 is the best way to start.
I mean,
in the game.
There's something that's returning for Guru. Every goal, sip of water. You know, in some week in the pro leagues, he did this, and it gave him a lot of success. It seems like it's going back to what works. Finding Mateo, there's nothing the defender can do about that. But KK's defending to start hasn't been the best.
I mean, for me, it's been a game of two different approaches. For Guru, his approach every single time KK is on the transition has been near perfect. He triggers the right back, the left back, ensure that KK doesn't have any chance to get those balls behind. You know, for me, he has neutralized the idea of the true passes. For KK, he has not done that, and immediately makes a mistake, Guru punishes him. For me, I love that, and that's why he has 4-0 up, and he's doing himself.
I mean, it seems like the comments do agree with you. We saw earlier on from KD saying he can't take away credit at all. Guru has just been exceptional in the first 48 game minutes. We are currently watching live on KD Sports YouTube. You know how much craziness we've got with esports coming. KK bearing down on goal. Can he get something back and still can materialize for him? But if you're watching currently on YouTube, consider subscribing to the channel. KD Sports has just got a whole lot in store. At the start of the year, I told you guys there was a lot in store. We brought you an Elite Esports Championship. There was the Challengers Cup as well. There was the Pro Leagues. Now there's the Elite League. Even before the Elite League, KD Sports partnered with the VGA Sports to bring you the VGA grade as well. So once you're subscribed to KD Sports or you're following across, you know you are blessed with esports action all across.
Absolutely entertaining stuff. I don't forget also, we also have another thing coming up later this year. It's going to be the Ghana versus Niger version 2. The top 4 from this tournament are going to be going all the way to make the top 4 from that Ghana grid. I think that's going to be the Ghana version of the Elite Leagues, I think.
Yeah, potential. I mean, there's been talks of maybe the Ghana Esports League coming back, but we still don't have concrete matters on that as we approach the final minutes of this half.
The defensive contributions from Guru is something we need to talk about a whole lot. This first half have been an absolute masterclass in defending properly. If you want to learn how to defend, this is the best way. Patience mixed with the right move per time, because you can have patience and not be able to find out the threats as they're happening. But listen, every single time there is a threat somewhere, he sees it, he neutralizes it, and it's not a little bit about the press. I wouldn't say he has been pressing so hard, but he just knows the right thing to do in the right time, and that's one of the reasons why he is in firm control of this one. As I did think we were going to see him have one last chance or one go at it, but the referee says no, and otherwise you can see KK, he knows
the expression says it all. Like it's a shocker to all of us here, because if you follow the Pro Leagues, Guru versus KK wasn't this.
I think it ended in a 6-5, but it was one of those games where it was close, but it was one of those ones where we saw KK in a dominance fashion. This time around, he's been blown out of the water. It does seem like,
I mean, the difference that a couple of months can make, because we ended the Pro Leagues in March. And now
first week in March.
Exactly, like first week in March.
Yeah,
now last week of April. So that interval, that's where you question, do the players keep grinding? And that's what maybe the esports side here in Africa is kind of lacking a bit, because during that span after the Pro Leagues, maybe elsewhere there are more tournaments to keep these players fresh, there are more tournaments to keep them grinding, but sometimes we don't always have that nature. But the thing is, the word was put out there very early that the Elite League will be beginning soon, so you're expecting that the players will put in the work. Not to say that KK didn't put in the work, but compared to what we saw in the Pro League, this is kind of a step lower, or maybe the second half can start strongly for MCC.
Should have gone for that extra pass there, but this time he goes in, so no problems, no worries. But for me, I would disagree slightly, because I'm looking at Guru, I'm looking at KK. Yeah, regardless, yes, there was a whole gap in between the Pro Leagues and now the Elite Leagues, but it's still the same gap for someone like Guru. That was the same gap for somebody like KK. So I think it's about who wants it more, who looks at it and says to themselves, you know what, I want to take charge, I want to make a statement, I want to prove. Maybe you might say because KK did go all the way in that elite division, and yes, he was the second place in that division. He might just be talking about a little bit of relaxation, resting on his oars and the successes he had in that division. But whatever the case is, you can see now it's not enough. Whatever it is he has done, while his opponent's Guru done his business, done the job well, now he needs to ensure that he doesn't allow KK a second goal anytime soon, because that would sort of give KK all of the confidence in the world to go on for the third and possibly the one that will get him back into the game. As we see KK, now he's applying some little bit of patience, trying to see if he can stretch his defense. This is what you need in moments like this, but the pressure is on from Guru. Attention on that defender.
I mean, these days the defensive mechanisms have kind of changed. I think after the Pro League, that's when we saw a little bit of the updates where when a player is attacking on the wing, it's usually around your box. That's where we see a lot of players kind of spam a little bit of team press to keep their shape and push it high up a bit. So sometimes it causes problems for the offensive players, and that's the approach that you see Guru kind of take off with. But this second half, KK is looking like he's a change man with the way he's attacking. You can tell a little bit more crisp passing, moving the ball around really, really quickly. Look, if you're an indecisive player like myself, where you're going into champs or rivals, you don't know which player to pick. Usually, these types of tournaments helped me a lot because I get to see which players,
some of the players
maybe
like it's an
I should be
audition
going for. And then I like to look for players that both of the teams use. Just offside on that one. KK, just a minuscule offside, and that could have made things very, very interesting.
For me, Guru has done very well in the first half, but he has to be very careful now. This is the point where you don't want a shark to smell blood. KK, for all purpose and intents, have not played very well in the first half. However, if you give him any reason to smell weakness in your game, you have put yourself in trouble. The way you have been defending from the very first half, ensure you defend the same exact way. And if you can, get yourself another goal in this one, that would definitely sort of neutralize anything your opponent has. Because you've done yourself a whole lot of good. 4-0 up at the first half. And now, yes, it's about the hour. We have hour mark in the game, and it's still 4-1. But that's a good job done. Ensure that you neutralize the threat. Stop losing the balls where you are losing them currently right now. I'm seeing a little bit of nerves. This is the time when the coaches have to come into play. I'm seeing a little bit of nerves from Guru. He doesn't want to be in this type of moments. The next goal is very crucial.
I keep saying that sometimes I'm the indecisive choosing players, and I like to see players that both of the teams are using. If you look on defense, both of them are using a Jacobo Ramon item at the back. Oh! Speaking of making comebacks, KK could be on the verge of doing something great. We saw this multiple times in 9-minute house in the Pro Leagues. And could we be on the verge in our opening day here at the National Elite League? A comeback might be on the cards for KK.
Listen, one thing we questioned a whole lot in the Pro Leagues was Guru's mentality. Guru's ability to stay calm when the situation called for it. We did see when Gosi came and was the coach for I think a game week or two, we saw a little bit of change in the way he approached games. You're doing very well right now. There's no reason why you're losing the balls where you're losing them on the flanks. You did notice a couple of times he lost the ball, I think on the right wing flank and on the left wing flank. Stretch out the play. Hold on to the ball for a little bit more and go for goal. But now you've given someone like KK a chance to have a sniff at it. It's still 2 goals up, 2 goals to the good. Yes.
About 30 game minutes to go. The approach from Guru, I think, has to be a little bit conservative. You cannot still be going as aggressive as you were, maybe like 2 goals up. You're still 4-2 up, which is still comfortable in some sense. I know time is still fast spent and it's still about 13 game minutes on the clock, but you've got to take care of the ball. And like Manny was saying, you cannot be giving the ball away cheaply, because right now momentum certainly in the Lumo Habs man's favor. Guru now with possession of the ball will find Shelling as he's on the break. Great pass. Ooh, Mateus at the right place at the right time.
Just before this particular transition from Guru, I was going to say one thing, and I think I'm going to repeat it because I'm seeing it as a bit of a chunk in the armor right now in the second leg for Guru. Guru's first half success didn't come on the flanks. It came from the middle. So I'm wondering why he's trying to go now through the flanks, where obviously he has done the job, that is KK. Yes, the last passes did come from the flank, but every other thing that happened before the final pass was not from the flank. It came from the middle of the game. That's where there's a little bit of weakness in the defense from KK. I'm expecting to see Guru continue with that same strategy, keep going to the middle. Every single time you go on the flank, there's a whole lot of bodies to contend with, and you don't want to be losing the balls in those areas. The flank, the middle is where the nectar of this game is, and I hope he's going to be able to convert that one.
Manny and I, every time we're on casting duty, we always love when there's some history between these two players, and there is some history. Manny can remember going back to 2024 ENPFL, these two did actually face off when KK qualified all the way from Akwa Ibom, and of course Guru all the way from Abuja was the qualifying man. When they met at the ENPFL proper, KK did take out Guru, but the means was kind of interesting because apparently when Guru and KK were playing, the console kept going off. I believe KK's console kept going off, and Guru felt like, you know what, he didn't get to play his best, so maybe this is the time for him to get to play his best at this big stage in the Elite League. That's just a little bit of history between these two, so maybe revenge on the mind of Guru in some sorts.
Absolutely, and good. I mean, for him, opening day of the Elite Division Season 2, if he gets a good win over his opponent, his fierce rival, KK. That would be a statement maker for the man Guru. If he can get this 5th one, it would do him a lot of good. Yes, he does go in finally for that man. And you can see for the very first time, he actually knows he has gotten to that point where he's almost at the finish line.
You usually don't see Guru celebrate like
Absolutely
that. It tells
not.
you how much that goal means to him.
I mean, he knows it. Now the goal defense is back to 3. He's in firm control again. The momentum, we did talk about that one a lot. Every goal shifts the momentum in the direction of whoever has scored this one. This one now means that he has the momentum for the next 15 in-game minutes. There's a whole lot of time to bottle it.
Manny, there was something I was preaching earlier on defensively, and I was saying that these days, what people are now doing is because of how overpowered AI defending is. Usually when someone is attacking you on the wing, these days you don't want to follow him with your fullback. You have to switch to
your DM,
your DM
or your CM.
Activate team press and kind of close down it a little bit. One mistake that KK made from that goal earlier, maybe analysts to look at it, was he switched way too early to the centre back, caused that space. So that's how come when he cuts back into the midfielder, there was so much space for him to pass back into the winger. So that's just something to look out for if you have been struggling with defending. Just implement AI defending into your games, and that's certainly how things will go. We've got updates from the KILLERFREAK Wolevation game. I believe it was indeed a walkover for Wolevation, as Wolevation will get 3 solid points, also getting him 3 good goals early on. That's a great start from Wolevation, who did not have it easy at all in the Pro Leagues, but will take the start all day long. Just about 10 minutes to go in this one. KK now staring at the barrel of the feet. Can he really push on in these last 10 minutes, unable to materialize on that possession?
Talking about how it's very important not to use your centre back in that moment. Yes, Guru was very lucky to still have not committed too much, but if that one could have gone beyond that moment, he would have been in trouble, because he had his cursor on his centre back in that very moment while he was trying to jockey. And that's one thing, I mean, personally, I had to learn the hard way. I didn't know when this update for AI defending entered, so I mean, I was still going with the centre backs, the full backs, and all of that. Good goal, Guru. That's a comment from Mr. Kemsey. I love what you do with the player locks. Absolutely. Sometimes he knows how to. I'm talking about the player locks. He's back in play again. This time, I tell you, not just able to go beyond the goalkeeper's attention and get that goal in.
The player locks, we said time without number that they're an essential part of your game, and elite players like Guru certainly have that in their lock, as he's crossing his T's and dotting his I's for the last 5 minutes ago. He's putting a seal down on all maximum points. What a perfect way to start off your league campaign, with a massive win coming up against someone who was second in the Pro Division. And I mean, KK did have a strong Pro League campaign, because mind you, he almost took the title. It went down to the final day, but at the end of it all, it was indeed KINGNONEX who took the title. But this is something that KK is not usually familiar with, starting tournament or league campaigns slowly. How do you think this affects him going forward?
I mean, it's 5 weeks. I hope it doesn't affect him, because we did speak about that in the Pro Leagues. When it comes to these moments where it's a marathon, not being a sprint, you can't allow one bad day to affect you. As you can see this time around, that chance by Guru not going anywhere in the post. Now, but for me, going to KK, this is not the way he planned to start. I'm very, very sure. The man who was second will possibly be looking at, I mean, if this was against a Division 1, as we see the game has come to a conclusion. Guru celebrating awesome as he's done the business. His opponents, exact opposites of him in terms of feeling. Going into this, for me, KK coming off that second place activity or second place run, if this was against a Division 1 player, we'll possibly be saying, okay, maybe there's a gap in talent.
Yeah. But this is against
the same
opposition
you played a couple weeks ago. I mean, a couple months ago. So for me, this is not a very good start for him. It will possibly make him trying to overcommit in coming weeks. But whatever the case is, I think it's about how he responds going forward that is the most important thing.
I mean, we always say that champions, usually you have to be tested. You're not going to get a smooth sailing.
Oh yeah.
There are going to be weeks where things might not go your way. But like Manny and I say every time when we are casting over league games by KD Sports, it's a marathon and it's not a sprint. The starting might be a sprint for some people. Yeah. We saw with the Pro League, some people start so well And then at the end, they kind of fall off.
Yeah.
It's always about maintaining that pace, maintaining consistency, and that is what separated the best from the ones who were unable to make it into the Elite League. That's just round one of the action for today. We've got an action-packed one for you. If you did see the fixtures across, you can check them out on KD Sports on Instagram and other social media handles. If you were unable to get the restrictions that they were using, we've seen guys in the chat asking, it's still a 10 million coin budget. I think that's more than enough for you to put out a really strong team. You've got to use no evil cards, by the way, no objective cards, no evil cards, and then of course the newly added feature: a Nigerian player must be in the squad for at least 30 minutes in game. And I mean, per what we saw from KK and Guru, the 10 million is sufficient, because I looked a lot at Guru's squad. He didn't spend too much on the defense. I saw Bremer, I saw Jacobo at the back, I saw Calafiori. They are all players that are more or less like under a 1 million coin. So he's not spending more than 2 million on defense, and now he can invest into the offense a little bit. And that's why you see the high top players, guys like Champions League Salah, Mateo, who are all above 1 million coins. And just a reminder of what the prize pool distribution looks like. A lot of money to be won across the next 5 weeks. I mean,
hey, listen, 3 million is not small money, and whoever it is that ultimately wins this one is going to be going home a millionaire. 1 million for the first place, 600,000 and 400,000 for the second and third place consecutively. But you would usually think that it's only the top 3 that win something. No, out of 13 people, everybody is a winner. Fourth place is going home with 300,000. Fifth place is going home with 200,000. Sixth place with 150,000. Seventh place also with 100,000, and eighth place will be going home with 50,000. And 9th to 13th are going to be going home with 25,000 each. That is what that distribution looks like for me. This sometimes I look at the amounts that these guys are going home with, and I'm like, you know, maybe I should just dust this. You know what I'm saying?
No, money is too good on the mic for him to get back to the controller. Because on the controller, I can guarantee maybe he cannot hang with the boys, but on the mic, he can hang with the best in the world. You know what? After this round one, we will be going into a break. But when we are back, there's a big matter to discuss: Lagos-based players. I mean, there's been chatter all around that these days Lagos-based players are not winning tournaments too much. I believe yesterday there was another tournament organized by, I believe, PSM KINGNONEX went there and won. What is happening to Lagos players? All of those conversations will be coming. Even in this Elite League, we're not seeing too many Lagos-based players. They are coming from all around Nigeria. We'll be having this conversation. Of course, the next game on the broadcast will be coming soon. Stay tuned. We are going into a quick break. When we are back, more action from the Elite League.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's the Sports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the tragedies of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
KD Sports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria to the world, from gamers to champions. Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria, Esports Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
You love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into the light as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming, from tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We're Game Evo Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's Esports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the challenges of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing, this one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board.
Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we
the soil for even more crazier things to grow with this elite league. Welcome back from that quick break. We just saw Guru and KK give us a proper showdown with Guru picking up that all-important win. Usually there's games happening simultaneously, but you guys deserve an explanation because the KILLERFREAK versus WOLEVATION game couldn't come on, and WOLEVATION has got those 3 goals, 3 points because KILLERFREAK did not show up early, and according to the rules, it will be an automatic forfeit for the player that is available. That is why WOLEVATION got all 3 points in that one, for those asking in the comments. But that's behind us now. We are moving on to the next game, another hot one to come. The first time we are seeing Division 2 versus Division 1 battle. ANIFE versus MITCH, and also ADEFOLA versus Tactical. He was my wild card last year, and I want to pick him up as my wild card again. You think he can cause an upset against ADEFOLA?
I mean, if he maintains the exact momentum he ended the Pro Leagues with, definitely is going to be at the Rufai of this season. For me, he's the ultimate wild card. It's like he plays like he doesn't have anything to lose. That for me is one of the reasons I like Tactical. He plays like he doesn't have anything to lose. It's not just about offense with him. Also defensively, he's strong. He's very, very strong, as you can see also on the screen right now. We have both players in the booth, we have their coaches, and I think that's one thing that was upgraded. I think we need to give these guys, the guys at home, a little bit updates on that one. Every single player now is required to bring a coach. We don't want where a coach is being swapped between players in the competition. We want a scenario by one coach for one player till the end.
So we see one coach coaching one player. You can't see him coach another player at all.
So I think that also takes a whole lot of growth from our end and from the players' end. But going back into the game, first a game between someone from Division 1 and Division 2, and it is ADEFOLA versus Tactical. Last the Pro Leagues, I was saying I wasn't so convinced with what I've seen of ADEFOLA, and now he's going up against a person like Tactical.
Tricky opponent.
Very tricky opponent. I think this is the time to have the perfect response. If ADEFOLA gets this win over Tactical, definitely he would give us, I think it's an answer to my statement. So we have a comment section from Dante White. He said that loss, Farouk is running. I mean, you didn't see about Farouk last year.
He did run away with it, but it is not easy this time. You know the major difference? Last year, most of the elite players were handpicked. This time, more of these guys end their spots. So that gap you were seeing between the very best players and maybe the guys at the bottom, you're not seeing it now. Guys who were from the elite league actually played in the Pro League, couldn't qualify. We're looking at Game with Josh. We're looking at a guy like even Rhymes, who guys expected to qualify. You're replacing them with guys like Guru, KAYKAY, KINGNONEX, Bright couldn't qualify. Like all of those guys, unfortunately, couldn't make it here. So the competition is tougher. So we just can't write off the fact that maybe KILLERFREAK wasn't available, didn't show up as much, has less 3 points. Farouk comes, he's going to sweep everybody around. I think it's going to be a different case scenario. But of course, that chatter will be on for most of the days that we are on. That's Tactical, totally locked in the battle. Now, while this game is going on, there's a friendly battle. We usually call it friendly fire. ANIFE versus MITCH. Two very good friends. I don't think that dynamic plays out of it.
To me, because I've seen these guys go up against each other again and again and again, I possibly have seen them in a competitive mode at least 10 times. It doesn't matter. Both players have a very huge competitive spirit, and every single time it comes down to games like this, you see them lock in and ready to get that triple. I think for both players, they always have this thing where it's like a brotherly competition. I got the win over you last time. Definitely, you know, I want to get the win again. While the other person say, you know what, you did beat me the last time. This time around, I want to get the win back. For me, I think this is one of those games to watch because, again, Mitchell was not so convincing in the elite division last season. We haven't seen much of him in the competitive season in terms of UT. But now, ANIFE had that wild run towards the end of Pro Leagues where he was Mr.
I think ANIFE finished top 4, right?
Yeah,
top 4.
I think top 4, top 5, he was Mr. Driven past himself. He was Mr. True Balls from left, right, center.
ANIFE finished 4th with 36 points.
36 points. I mean, at some point in time, he was in the second half of the table, locked in over a certain period of time, and he got himself into that top 4 spot. But I'm looking at the way he finished, the manner in which he finished, and I'm looking at Mitchell. How much work has been put into?
I mean, speaking of the amount of work that has been put in Mitchell, we haven't heard of him on the competitive scene across LAN events.
Yeah.
But the thing is, on online events, I've been hearing he's been playing some very, very good stuff. And that's why I appreciate what the online tournament organizers do, because it's not every time you can have a LAN event, especially in our part of the world. Pulling this off is very, very difficult. So it's quite tough to always get it. Seems like guys are timing on this one. ADEFOLA for the win, Joe. I mean, if you back ADEFOLA, I totally get with you because, I mean, one of the absolute goats in the Nigerian team, you're expecting him to perform. It's just that the last time he was on the stage, it was kind of disappointing. But the thing is, Fola is coming in strong. I mean, a couple of weeks back, he was in Ghana as well, playing at the grade. Played well at ADEFOLA. Played extremely well. I believe got to the quarterfinal, almost made the semi-final. Was leading at the point till Mayweather came back. So, judging from what we saw from him in Ghana, I think he's in very strong form to really pull off something nice.
I think it's the perfect time to tell you I told you so. Because I mean, I did talk about expecting to see ADEFOLA, go on, but it's not just about the win or the position, it's about the quality of FC play. It was a little bit different from what we saw in the elite division. It did seem like a man on a mission. And yes,
I thought that he had adapted the new style that all these new cats are playing.
Yeah, for me, the whole question is, can he adapt to what Tactical is ready to give him? Last season in Pro Leagues, Tactical was a menace. From the third game week, fourth game week.
The Tactical caused problems for likes of KINGNONEX, KAYKAY. All of the top guys were struggling.
After the first 2 weeks, Tactical was a problem to whoever he played. And I mean, you did see, if you check, he finished in the top 5 also. And I think for me, that's one of the things.
Tactical finished fifth,
Fifth, absolutely. So that tells you the quality of opposition ADEFOLA has to play today. I'm excited. Personally, I'm excited. For me, I think these 2 games, the primary and secondary game, is going to give us.
Quick one for the comments out there. I know guys have their favorites on who's actually going to win the whole league, but mind you, the catchphrase is you're supposed to finish top 8. So if you still play well and lose, we know with this game you can still play well and lose. We'll be starting the action off with ANIFE versus Mitchell, but slow your horses. Of course, we'll be getting you all of the updates from that game as well. ADEFOLA versus Tactical. That's going to be the mainstream game, but for now, we'll be giving you guys this version of the broadcast. I want to throw this to the comments and Money. I know Money maybe has not thought of it. Top 8 still maintains the elite league status. Bottom 8, not bottom 8 this time around, bottom 5 this time around will have to drop to the Pro Leagues Division 2. So guys, let me know in the chat now who you think finishes top 8. Who you think finishes top 8? We'll be having a massive discussion about that as we turn our attentions to this game. The 2 friends going at each other, ANIFE versus Mitchell, and Mitchell looking to start strong early on. Ramirez, I mean, if you've seen his SBC, I haven't made a lot of it because I have not completed the SBC, but I've seen a couple of people use him, and I've heard a lot of great reviews about him. We'll get to see how Mitchell deploys him in his 11. Ajibade were speaking of earlier, trying the lofted pass, but Mike Manyang is there.
Listen, there's nothing friendly about how both players just started this one out. Right from the first minute, I saw a player lock, and I did not need to know who was who. I just knew it was ANIFE because he was player locking for a true ball. And you can see the composure for Mitchell, the patience. He might just pay off soon. I think that one is offside. It would have definitely been a corner. Oh, that's a corner now. That's a corner for Mitchell as he would attempt to get himself into pole position in this game. But back to your question about who finishes, I think this is a very tough one because...
I mean, guys in the comments, drop your top 8 now. I know it's a difficult one as Money chips in with this.
I think I'm going to go, I mean, with the fact that we just saw
Are you going to go in order or in no particular
I'm going to go with order.
Yeah, you're going to go your prediction in order. Yeah. That's very bold from Money. Octopus Money back again.
I'm in. So we might see a chance from Mitchell, low driven. Wow, the good way to start this one out as we have a comment from Victor Johnson saying Tactical in the top 3. You call me bold. You call me bold. That's brave. I like that you call it that one brave. But I'm going back into it. I think with the fact that we have a walkover right now for KILLERFREAK, and we're having someone like Farouk come from Ibutola, where he has been playing some non-stop FC with some of the tougher opponents Africa has. I think I'm going to go with Farouk as number 1, KILLERFREAK as a number 2. Now this is where it gets interesting. KINGNONEX as a number 3.
That's for me.
And
I mean, that's how
BAJI Junior number 4. Yeah. BAJI Junior number 4 for me. Hopefully, you get to go this at the end of the whole thing and say, you know what, October Money was right in some manner of sorts. ANIFE, I'm looking at ANIFE. I don't know if he's going to make it at number 5. Depends on how he's able to utilize his opportunities. But I'm looking at DADABOI. I'm looking at ADEFOLA. I'm looking at Mitchell. I'm looking at
KAYKAY Guru. I mean, speaking of Mitchell, could have made it too. Ajibade with a massive opportunity, goalkeeper bearing down on goal, able to make the massive save, knocked down. Wow. That's two quick ones saved by the goalkeeper. Seems like Dante Wyatt also chiming in with the top 8. He says for him, Farouk, KILLERFREAK, ADEFOLA, Tactical, KINGNONEX, Guru, KAYKAY. Wow.
I like this list. I'm going to be taking KAYKAY off a little bit.
I see like we have lift off in the ADEFOLA game, as I believe. ADEFOLA, the KD Sports athlete, opens the scoring 13 minutes in, and the OG rolling back there. Yes, it wasn't the best of starts for him last time around in the Elite League. It seems like he wants to change the story a bit
and the narrative.
Right his wrongs, exactly.
Absolutely. So you know what? I'm going to go back to my list. I'm going to make it a Farouk, KILLERFREAK. I'm going to make it a Mitchell, BAJI Jr., Tactical, ADEFOLA as number 6. Number 7, I'm going to have someone like KINGNONEX, and I would say Mr. Aga as number 8.
That's a strong top 8. I haven't settled on mine yet too. Very great opportunity for Tactical, right? That's why we're giving you side-by-side action before we zoom into our main game. You're enjoying all of this action, kind courtesy of the main brains behind this, KD Sports, and of course our production team, Game Evolution Esports. If you're still not giving them a follow across our socials, do that now as we get to enjoy all of the action live inside Lagos, Nigeria. The second edition of the National E-Soccer Elite League currently going down. ADEFOLA still with that patient build up, and that's one thing that a lot of people want to see from
my God. Mitchell gets himself another goal.
Exactly, the accuracy from ADEFOLA's Mitchell. Wow. I mean,
I'm sorry.
We speak about Mitchell and Boyd's connection. With Boyd in his corner, you think Mitchell might go crazy in this league?
Yes, I mean, we did see that with KINGNONEX. I mean, if there's any evidence you needed that Boyd possibly has another chance at cementing himself in the annals of history in terms of FC, is the fact that he might just be the one who would could potentially coach back-to-back winners. It's crazy, but I mean, hey, it could happen. We did see the difference he made. Every single time Boyd was not available for a KINGNONEX match, it did look like he struggled. But every single time he was on that seat, it did look like that man was flying high. As we go into the game between Tactical and ADEFOLA currently has the goal right now. That is the only goal of the game, while Tactical will be looking to get something out of this one with Bruno Fernandes. Jacobo, wow. I like that one. As we have from Blaze, the man who participated in the Pro Leagues. You say Farouk, KILLERFREAK, KINGNONEX, BAJI, ADEFOLA, MITCH, Guru, and KAYKAY.
Strong list.
I hope I added Guru in my list. Oh, I genuinely hope I do, because I love the way he started.
Missed out on him.
Oh, I think I'm going to have to replace Mr. Oga with Guru then.
Well,
I love the way he started.
Hopefully Mr. Oga is listening to the broadcast and serves as extra motivation. Now, there's one item in ADEFOLA's team which I'm very excited about. Of course, that's a Ghanaian. Anytime I see a Ghanaian in the lineup, I'll be excited. On that left wing, team of the season, Antoine Semenyo, cost around a 1.5 million coins. There's Fernandes! Tactical!
Wow!
Brilliant move! And a stupendous finish to get him back on level terms. This is the reason why we're raving about him after the Pro Leagues. And he has announced himself here in the Elite League with a brilliant finish through the midfield.
That's one of the reasons why he's almost at everybody's list to make it to the top 8 this season. Tactical, love that turn, low-driven finish. There's nothing the goalkeeper could do about that one. It went beyond the goalkeeper's grasp. And as you can see, both players in the formation settings, trying to make 1 or 2 changes. It's still early, but maybe this is the time for them to bring out some.
I was speaking about that Antoine Semenyo item. Actually, I made a mistake. It was Tactical using Semenyo on the left wing. The great thing about him is he's got like 94, 95 pace, and he's got that rapid I was talking about. In addition to all of that, he's a lengthy runner. Those types of runners, when they get on their bike, there's no way they're catching them. Players like Rafael Leao, Semenyo, Parallelo, which you see a lot in Champs and Rivals, those types of players, once they hit them with a through ball, you are in trouble. As Bruno Fernandes, the man to get Tactical back on level 10. This game is setting up very nicely, and I think it might just go down to the wire. Here's shelling for Fola.
We have another comment, this time from David Flick, Farouk KINGNONEX. Wow. Mitchell, Guru, Freak. Freak is only winning 5.
Main updates coming from the Mitchell game. If you slept on Mitchell earlier, you might have to be changing things up. I know it's still early days, but this man is on a mission as he's up 3 goals to 0. You said that game didn't look friendly at all.
Absolutely not.
Mitchell is certainly playing strong.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you see your opponents start a game in a way that, you know, I'm in trouble today. that did feel like from the first get-go, the way both players tried to start and set up each other's team, it did look like they were not going to be friendly at all with each other. But 3-0 for Mitchell. If there was anything, I think we saw that consistently for Mitchell last season in the elite division. He was not happy with what he brought to the table. He wasn't happy with the value that he brought. And I think this is the best response for that man. This is the best response for when people question your legacy, you know, come up with the results and the type of performances that reminds them why you are such a big game player, one of Nigeria's most decorated winners. What a crazy thing if that man goes on to win the elite division this season.
That will indeed be special. That's why when we always have like the top 5 all-time conversations, everybody seems to always kind of put Mitchell in that.
It's always a Fola and Mitchell.
Yeah, exactly. He's done the business. He's a serial winner in his own right. So you know what? I did speak to him after the Elite League last season, especially after Ghana vs Nigeria, because what he told me was he wanted to go to Ghana as well. It's just that it didn't go the way things went. We've got Wonder Kid in the chat, one of Ghana's very own finest. He says he's enjoying all of the action, especially from his Twitch. Of course, we enjoy all of the guys that are also co-streaming this on their respective platforms. We enjoy that action all over. So kudos to every single person showing support, sharing the stream. We appreciate that every single time. There goes Shelling. Gibbs White, ADEFOLA after conceding that equalizer has kind of been slow a bit, but now looking to pick up the pace. Ajibade, the pass from Gravenberg maybe not good enough to give Ajibade that space to run into.
That Gibbs White item is something I'm looking at, and I want you to break it down a little bit as to why someone like ADEFOLA will be going for a Gibbs White in the middle of the park. He's not the most creative player in terms of, but I don't know if that's a particular attribute he has that sort of makes him the prime suspect for someone like ADEFOLA in the middle of the park, as we see Tactical trying to use Ajibade to effective use. Bruno Fernandes, the one who gave him the opener, Semenyo! Block shot there. It would have definitely caused some problems for ADEFOLA in the middle of the park. Gibbs White again on the ball. Why is he the one ADEFOLA has gone for?
Good shout to Manny. He's definitely got strong eyes. Gibbs White is not someone who you always see in a lot of people's teams. Selom Bedema also contributing with his top 8. Farouk, Freak, Fola, Rhymes. Unfortunately for you, Selom, Rhymes did not make the Elite League. He fell short at the Pro League stages. So Rhymes, unfortunately, is not part of the 13 featuring in the Elite League. Now back to Morgan Gibbs White. I think Manny did point it out very well. It's actually very cheap. 37,000 coins. That's very cheap. And mind you, they have a 10 million coin budget. But the reason I believe Fola has him in his team is he's got 2 playstyle pluses, and they're very important. He's got low driven and incisive. Other playstyles include finesse, game changer, tiki-taka. All the important playstyles are there. So sometimes you don't always need to buy somebody that has 1 million coins and above. 37,000 coins can do the job for you. And here comes Tactical looking to lead for the very first time in this game.
Wow.
Same angle, same result from the same man. Bruno Fernandes once more. Tactical is truly on fire.
It's really interesting that that goal came as we had a comment from Holistic saying there was nothing special about ADEFOLA. But kudos to the man who got that goal, working it out patiently, working it around, and that one was very similar. Bruno Fernandes, also the man who got the same style of goal the second time around. Now is ADEFOLA, who has all the job to do. He did get the first goal in this one. The question is, how much can he lock in for the next battle to come, which is the battle of getting back in this game. Now, going back to the Gibbs White conversation and how you said sometimes it's not just about having the most expensive player on your team. It's about having the one who have the attributes you need. You know, if you remember correctly, as at the Pro Leagues, Mbappe was one of the most expensive players to feature in any of anybody's team, and that was used by Khalid. But Mbappe was not the most used. The most used was Shelling. While Mbappe was costing millions as at the start of the Pro League, Shelling, who was flying under the radar, I don't think she cost as much as Mbappe, but she was deadly. She did the business.
Speaking about Shelling, she's still doing the business.
She's still doing the business right away. She's been an ever-presence since the turn of FC26, and I hopefully we'll get to see more of her also in the Nigeria vs Ghana.
Maybe we'll still get to see her as we start the second half off. ADEFOLA did start the game strong in the first 10 minutes, was controlling affairs, but Tactical has grown into the game, which is not a surprise to us. Maybe for you guys who didn't follow the Pro League, you might not know what this man's nuance is about, but this is not surprising at all. Once he grows into the game, it's difficult to knock him off his pitch, and you can see the way he's moving the ball around, triggering all of his players. Look at that Bruno item, and immediately saw the run from Ajibade as you find it. On the breakdown, great defensive awareness as Adefola will recover.
I said Man United fans will be very, very pleased with that pass. It was very identical to how
we've seen that. We've seen that multiple times this year.
Fernandes. And David Flick said, and he brought a coach that still plays PSG. That's very interesting comment from David Flick. But I don't really think it's about the coach or the type of game the coach plays. Sometimes you have to go for a mentality coach, a coach who can calm you down in moments where you are overdoing things, overcomplicating things for yourself. But whatever the case is, so far so good. It might be actually correct in the sense that he's up against a Mitchell and he's already 3 goals down in the first half. But let's see.
I've enjoyed some things that I'm seeing within the Ghana and the Nigeria FC sports team. The return of some of the OGs coming back. If you look at the grade, Wonder Kid came back, made sure he really produced. Of course, got beaten by KILLERFREAK in that quarterfinal. But seeing Adefola play still in this elite league just gives me a lot of joy. Guys like Mr. August still grinding, still pushing, showing that even if you put in the years and maybe the game has changed, you can still hang with the very best of them as Mitchell right now. I mean, he's absolutely cooking right now as he's already 3 goals up with some exquisite SC. That's a great finish. The movement of his players, right? You saw how the striker just changed the direction of the run.
Absolutely.
ANIFE just totally couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, the funny thing is we're just talking about something similar when that goal went in. We're talking about how you're seeing the OGs, the legends of the game coming back as coaches, coming back as players. You see also Boyd, who not so long ago was competing at the very highest levels. He's coming back now as a coach. He should have been on the competition, but I think he's gotten to the point where he's like, I want to take a break from all of the action. Let me do something else. Let me be part of a history-making team. Coaching Mitchell, and you could see his expression as that 4th goal went in. He knows that one was special, and that one possibly has done the business for the day. Similar thing we did see against Guru and against KAYKAY that saw him go 4 up before. KAYKAY tries to mount something of a challenge back and was ultimately beaten by 5 goals to 2.
One thing that has always been constant about Adefola's game is the fact that once he's in your box, he's unpredictable, and the dribbling takes it up a notch a bit. And you see him use players like Ryan Shecky as, every second now we've got to talk about Mitchell because he's going crazy everywhere. Almost every single attempt of his is ending up in a goal. Speaking of Adefola, he's on the break. Speaking of the aforementioned Ryan Shecky, we'll get onto the ball. The team of the season item, he's got numbers up top. Gibbs White, can he find the telling pass? Trying to get Gravenberg in. There was an option on the right.
I saw
with some space. I was thinking, okay, you slide him in and try to come back a bit, but wanted to go through the middle, and Tactical read that one down to a T.
If that was a striker in the place of Gravenberg, possibly we might be having another conversation, but that incisive pass coming to play there from Gibbs. So I asked you why that man was chosen to be at the center of the park. Maybe this might be the reason. Maybe it was for moments like this to be able to slide in his teammates.
That was the goal update we were talking about. Mitchell, wow, 60 minutes gone, and he's delivered a 5-star performance. No friendly things here at all. Him and ANIFE go way back, but not on this level. Not on this level. We mean serious business.
Absolutely. I love when I see Mitchell in this type of mode, when he's locked in, when he has a point to prove, when he's going angry. He's like sort of angry mode. Mitchell is a different beast altogether. Let's see if he can maintain that across, because that's the conversation. It's not really about the first day results. While they're very, very important to have those 3 points, it's about consistency. Can you keep cooking? You're in the kitchen for 5 weeks. Can you keep churning out dishes that taste exactly the same? Performance after performance is what is needed. And even when the performance don't get so good, just like the comment we saw from the beginning of the stream where he said, you might play so good and not just get the results. Even when those happen, those type of things happen, can you still come back again and give us those type of performances?
And that comment reminds me of the guy who went on to win the Pro League, KINGNONEX. There were games where KINGNONEX was not at his best,
absolutely,
but he found ways to win.
He
win 2-1, 3-2.
Yeah, he had the lowest winnings.
Exactly. 10-out result. I saw someone in the comment asking which Morgan Gibbs White card is that. It's actually UEFA Europa League road to the final item. There's 37,000 coins. I believe almost everybody can afford him. Try him in your team, as Adefola has been using using him perfectly here with about 20 minutes to go. Can Tactical hold on? I mean, if Tactical goes on to win this game, this will be a massive confidence booster beating definitely one of the very best Nigeria has got. And if he can do that in commanding fashion, that will even be greater. Ooh, this time around, Fernandez's attempt to thread the ball read perfectly well. We are entering the crunch stage. This is where Manny and I tend to enjoy the most.
I'm saying that loss of ball consistency from both players in the middle of the pitch. For me, for ADEFOLA, you shouldn't be doing this, especially when you are a goal down. And you can see a pause queued by him. Maybe this is the time for him to change things a little bit and turn it up a little bit. The losing of possession in the middle of the park is something I don't expect from someone of ADEFOLA's caliber, especially at this point. The Gervinho item now coming to play. We didn't really talk about the Gervinho item. I think we did see him towards the end of the Pro Leagues. He came on that blistering pace. Always coming through when you need him.
I think it was one of those SBCs that came out a couple of months ago. People have kind of moved on from him, so it's quite surprising that Fola has got him in your team. But we always preach about always using players that work for you, and it seems like he's somebody that's comfortable with that Gervinho item. Now we are seeing guys put out the new things that work. He says this new patch that's from Mr. Obaro hasn't corrected the wing cut back goals. Fullbacks have no chance. That's what I was speaking of. That this time when you're defending, I mean, you don't have to switch to your fullbacks. Yeah. It always has to be your midfielders and always try to trigger the team press. That's a little bit of a updates I've picked up with this game. If you defend like the old style, and I was doing that a lot. I was playing champs this weekend when I was doing that every single time. Catch back goal, and I say, you know what, if you can't beat them, join them. So I joined the AI defending team, and they got me a couple of wins. So I said, you know what, that is the way forward to go. And if you noticed how Guru was defending in his first game, that's what he did as well, and it was no surprise that he got that win. Whoa, Mitchell
scoreline there.
Mitchell,
my
7. I mean, they're truly friends. How's Mitchell even going to look at him after this?
I promise you.
I mean, competitive setting is truly crazy.
Oh, Lodriven misses the post at such a crucial manner. That usually goes in 10 out of 10, but this time it didn't go in, and Tactical has his hands to his mouth. Quick conversation there with his coach, trying to figure out what is working well for ADEFOLA. The question is, how can you get yourself back in this type of moment? Well, going back to the conversation between Mitchell and ANIFE, I mean, if I'm the one that is Mitchell, I'm going to look at him same exactly look at his own before the game started, because it really is about those big performances. And we did speak about that one in the pro division. Goals matter, especially because it's a marathon.
We saw how much it mattered in the last few
between
weeks.
Yemi, between Guru, Mr. Oga, Rhymes.
Oh, Folahu almost getting that one onside, but just offside. But goals are indeed important. Look, this is our first, I would say, example of Div 1 versus Div 2. Newly promoted Tactical leading 2-1 against an already elite player who qualified through last season's elite league, and ADEFOLA is leading. And also the other battle was ANIFE versus MITCH, totally opposite, 7-0. So all those guys who are saying there's a big gap between the guys who finished in Div 2 and the guys who finished in Div 1, maybe your argument is flawed a little bit, because the results very much vary. We are on to 5 minutes now. This is where the best of the players shine onto the spotlight. ADEFOLA not new to this situation at all. Can he find the equalizer?
Just rushes that one a little bit.
Locatelli with that all-important defensive play style to come in with the interception. And these days, if you don't have Intercept Plus, my friend, I'm asking you, what are you doing with your DMs and your center-backs? Gravenberg. Can ADEFOLA find one more push right on the edge of the area? Mediema just offside. Now Tactical is deploying what I just said. He's using team press and offside trap. So he saw how high his defensive line was. Immediately Fola gave that pass to Mediema. It was ruled out offside.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that tells you the little details here matter a whole lot. For Tactical, this is the perfect time to deploy another very, very important skill and strategy, which is the team management. And as you can see him holding on to the ball a little bit, but this time around is in the wrong space, wrong time. And that one is stolen off him. Wow.
1 minute plus added time to go. It's now or never for Fola. Does he want to start this season strongly in the pass? Not good enough to bring the defense. Tactical, seconds away from doing great business, knocking down one of the OG goats here at the league. And what a start for this man. Finished fifth in the Pro League, and in his first showing in the Elite League, knocks down one of the top dogs. Congratulations to Tactical. Impressive performance. And he's gained a new fan, and Mr. Obaro says Tactical has found a new fan. He's truly tactical in his gameplay, very composed and slow builds up, midfield control, precise finishing. Watch the boy. So if you saw him in some people's top 8, this is the reason why he has the whole package.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, this is not his highest scoring game, but this is one that he will cherish the most. He has announced him on the biggest of stages, which is the Elite Division. 2-1 against the legend. He will take that one every day, all day, especially on a Sunday like this. Tactical, done the business. 3 points in the bag. 2-1, lowest scoring game so far. It might be the lowest scoring throughout the tournament, but he wouldn't care. I mean, that one has done the business.
You take it and truly run away with it. I think he was the better player overall. Fola really couldn't assert his dominance into this game. I think Tactical was truly brilliant. Keep the comments coming in. We're enjoying every single one of them. Abiona Rashid back in Tactical says, let's go Tactical. Olu says, why Fola they play like this? This isn't Fola the Great. I mean, I agree with you. Fola at the Great was scary through the group stages. I believe his group featured all of the Kumasi players in the round of 16. Quarterfinals even, I believe he was 3-1 up against me with like so many instances where he played well. Well, he's not shown that level today. You have to pick it up quickly. But that's why Money and I always keep saying, with this game, every time there's a tournament coming up, if you're not practicing week in, week out, advancing your game, you might be in trouble, and things are getting interesting. Someone asking, when is KILLERFREAK playing? He will be playing later on today. I believe he's got a crunch match with BAJI Junior later on today. I mean, guys are quite surprised with that Fola performance. Are you in that bracket as well?
So the thing is, you know, we did talk about it as going to be a test because, yes, I mean, there was the whole game against the great players. Now, it could be a scenario whereby ADEFOLA was playing against a hungry person, someone who was hungry and desperate to announce himself to the world. In the grid is a different ball game altogether. That was not a league format. It was a game. And we do talk about this a lot. Sometimes the thing about knockouts competitions is that if it happens on the day you're on your form,
just one weekend, you carry everything.
Yeah, you're doing so good. But for a league session like this, you could go first 2 weeks. We did see that one with good way. For the first 2 weeks, it wasn't great, and after that, he was a menace. We saw that also with Tactical. Tactical also had the same problem. For the first 2 weeks, he wasn't so great. And then after that, he was on fire. So it's not like I'm so disappointed. I just feel like the passes was what let him down today. If you go back to the game, if the analysts come and analyze it, you see those passes where he was trying to tread those passes through. Normally, ADEFOLA will be using a player lot to get players into spaces. He wasn't doing that today. He might do that tomorrow, but for today, that let him down. And that's the only reason why.
I mean, massive performance from Tactical. I mean, one of those guys, I believe Tactical, we can't say he's a Lagos boy, is he?
He is a Lagos boy.
I mean, I was hearing links to Abuja, you know.
You know, just me. They would like to take. I mean, back to the Lagos conversation. I think this is the best time to have it. Or you want to go and pick a comeback?
I mean, when we do come back, we can have it at full extent because one of the Lagos guys.
Personally, I'm really hyped for that one. I want to go all the way because you know what. Let's come back. When we come back, we'll talk about this one.
There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to converse about. There's just 2 rounds of action going, and we are totally enjoying ourselves. The storylines keep writing themselves. Yeah, the National Elite League. The Giants have certainly arrived. There's still more. So there's still more Giant slaying to do. We'll be right back after this.
10 million naira in prizes are up for grabs.
On the break to possibly seal it all. perfection and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God.
Medicine.
Champion EAFC 25, KILLERFREAK.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's the Esports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the tournament of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing. This one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
It's all about FC action, and we are back for this one. We just saw the game between, I would say the first time we were seeing a Division 1 versus Division 2 across both streams. We saw ADEFOLA and Tactical. We also saw two friends who've known each other for a while, but after this game that we just saw, they might turn out to be enemies. It was ANIFE versus MITCH. ANIFE was decimated, destroyed by his opponent MITCH 7-0, while ADEFOLA was handed a loss at the start of this competition by Tactical. Tactical won that game by 2-1. But we've moved on from that one. The action is still plenty, it's still rife. We're going back into what we have here right now on the broad screen right now. DADABOI versus KAYKAY. We did see that one in the Pro League, so we're going to see it.
Challengers Cup final,
Challengers Cup final, Pro League remix again, a rematch, and we're going to also be seeing a Mr. Oga and BAJI.
I mean, another Div 1, Div 2 battle.
Yeah, so it's Div 2 here and Div 2-1 battle. Both of them going head to head.
I mean, impressive games on display. First off, that DADABOI versus KAYKAY. When they met in the Pro Leagues, I think it was very close. Challengers Cup, remember, KAYKAY edged DADABOI out in that last one. But now, KAYKAY is on the back foot. Remember, he lost his first game 5-2 to Guru. So this again where he cannot afford to drop 3 points. And the thing is, DADABOI also from Pro Leagues, remember his stats. He lost to like 9 goals. Yeah. I think after the first 2 games, he was minus 15 goals, 0 points. He was in trouble. So he knows that if he starts this league poorly, the outlaws man, he could be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, it really did take a whole lot of resurgence from the tail end of the Pro Leagues for him to get into the conversation. I think he ended up as the 8th position. Yeah. 7th or 8th, the last spot, that was him that took all of that one. But I think for DADABOI, who has possibly seen the way to take points off KAYKAY, this is a chance. Yes, KAYKAY is a wounded lion, but that also gives him an opportunity because now KAYKAY is going to be committing lots more, trying to see if he can get himself back on the front foot. That gives him a whole lot of space to take something off the man from Lumo's hub. So that's what we're expecting to see. As you can see, the fixtures and the results as it is happening currently. KAYKAY versus Guru, the game we just told you about, that saw Guru win by 5-2, while KillerFreak was handed a loss as a result of a walkover. WOLEVATION taking 3 goals and 3 points from that one. Tactical and ANIFE ended in 2-1 for Tactical, while Mitchell tore his opponent ANIFE apart by 7-0. I mean, there's still massive games to come. I believe the last game on the broadcast will be the big one. 2 guys who finished in the top 4 last year of the Elite League, KillerFreak and BAJI Jr. will be locking horns. At this juncture, we'll be seeing DADABOI versus KAYKAY. Also, BAJI Jr. and Mr. Oga will be our secondary broadcast. KINGNONEX versus MITCH should be a spicy fixture. Yep. 2 top guns going at each other, especially with how MITCH has started. WOLEVATION, after getting those 3 points against KillerFreak, will be playing against Tactical, and of course, ADEFOLA versus Guru. Great games all around, live on here, YouTube, Kade Esports. If you're still not subscribed, guys, come on, hit that subscribe button, join the family now. There's a host of action to enjoy, from a plethora of action. We didn't do this alone. Kade Esports, Game Pride IO, Game Evolution, Esports African News, and of course our new sponsors on board, Trace, part of the team making this possible. We've enjoyed ourselves so far. This is just week 1, but usually it sets the precedent for the next weeks to come, and Manny and I will certainly be enjoying ourselves across these next 5 weeks. If you want all of the updates, you want to see how the leaderboard looks like, number of goals, player of the week, all of these things, make sure you're following Kade Esports across all platforms and you will not be left. So the comments keep trooping in. Sultan Heritage says Fola can't handle the pressure just like Farouk sometimes. Hey, are we getting too quickly judgmental with ADEFOLA? I've known him to be sometimes starting slow, but when he picks it up, he's up there with the very best. Now, before we go into the game, predictions are open. You get to win cool cash if you go onto Instagram now. Join Kade Esports channel on Instagram. Drop your predictions for the mainstream game. Mainstream game is DADABOI versus KAYKAY. Tell us who would win. If DADABOI is going to win 3-1, tell us DADABOI 3, KAYKAY 1. If KAYKAY is going to win 4-2, tell us KAYKAY 4, DADABOI 2. First come, first serve. Whoever predicts rightly first gets to win some cool cash. Don't miss out on this action. Of course, proudly sponsored by the main headline sponsor, Kade Esports. But it seems like the guys are set to go for this one. I mean, usually Octopus Money helps out with the predictions, but so far he has not dropped any scoreline predictions yet.
I'm trying to get a hold of things, trying to understand where the players are mentally and otherwise. But talking about the fixtures we have, and for those who have not subscribed yet, I tell you guys, you have to subscribe because the next couple games we have coming up are going to be very, very huge. For me, I'm looking at the next game between Guru and Fola, and I'm wondering to myself, if Fola performed the way he did against Tactical, can he handle what Guru is going to be giving him? That's the very, very important question for me. And KINGNONEX versus MITCH is going to also be interesting for me because it's going to see KINGNONEX coach at the Pro Leagues, Boyd, now in the opponent's team as a coach. I mean, that possibly would change things around a little bit as we see the game between KAYKAY and DADABOI, kicking off with DADABOI in all black, and as we have Abiona Rashid predicting KAYKAY 4, DADABOI 2. However, if you want to make some predictions and win some money, go over to Instagram channel on Instagram as you see KAYKAY take the lead as he always loves to do. Man, I talked about him being on the back foot and trying to, maybe he will be a wounded lion. This is the perfect response from that man.
I mean, he always had this in the Pro League. It's just that with the start of the Elite League, Guru started way stronger than he did. But if this is any sign to come, the Lumo Habs man wants to start strong. This is a battle we've seen a number of times. It was a Challengers Cup final. It was in the Pro Leagues as well. And it has never disappointed. Outlaws DADABOI though, first showing here at the Elite League. And I'm sure in his mind, he wants to prove what he can do. His first attack of this game through Valverde, Henry. Great turn, trying to go for the finesse and blocked on that action. One thing I love from DADABOI is the uniqueness about his plays. If you quite remember last year, a couple of months back, I beg your pardon, his striker that he was using was totally different from everybody. Prince with the low-driven play style plus. This year, he's using a Thierry Henry item, which I think he might be the only person using, because so far we are seeing Hendrick, Mateo. Nobody's using Henry yet, so maybe DADABOI is sticking to his nature of being different from everybody else. KAYKAY, barging up the door. You know, strong starts are always important. Could have had number 2 there as Hendrick's attempt parried away by Donnarumma.
It was offside either way. So KAYKAY, and I think I would say DADABOI has a little bit of respite there as he will be looking to kickstart something of his own. It's been a little bit of a lethargic display in the first 10 minutes from DADABOI. He's possibly trying to get himself in the game. We did see that also with someone like Tactical, who went down against Fola in the first 10-20 minutes of the game, but turned things around and won that one by 2-1 as Sherlin is back for defensive duty for the man DADABOI. And I think we might have an update in the game between Mr. Oga and BAJI Jr. Mr. Oga, Lord effort, takes the first shot. BAJI Jr. did tell us to expect him to score 8 against Mr. Oga, but now he has all of the work to do as he will have another update. The Lumos Hub man, KAYKAY, as soon as we took our eyes off him, decided to score a little goal. Jessica Peters said, BAJI go win Mr. Oga. Well, I love that confidence. BAJI currently is down by 1 goal. Let's see if he has what it takes in the Arsenal to get back into this one.
Well, the goals are flying in left, right, center. That's how we love them. We'll give you every single update. We missed out on this KAYKAY goal, but the setup again. Mateus's deep runs from inside the midfield into the box are always exquisite. Watch out for that from KAYKAY, the injured lion, as he lost that first game 5-2. The response absolutely perfect. DADABOI though slow to kind of adjust to the climate now, and that's one thing with players who are coming from Div 2 into Div 1. Sometimes it takes them time for them to adjust to the situation where they are, and if you do that for too long, you'll be in trouble. And in these moments like this, DADABOI has got to put his foot on the gas. But he's coming up against a man in KAYKAY who desperately does not want to drop any point. There's a Jebade there, part of our newly featured Nigerian items in their squads. Palestra. I mean, I've seen that Palestra item with Guru.
Yeah. I think even Tactical had Palestra also. Tactical had Palestra, and as we have an update, wow, Jessica Peters really knew what she was talking about. As we see, BAJI Jr. has gotten himself an equalizer in that game between BAJI and Mr. Oga. Wow, that boy currently going down by another goal, very, very similar to the way he lost at the first game in the Pro League. He has to ensure that that doesn't happen again. DADABOI quickly back to settings, trying to make changes and adjustments in game immediately. It's not working so far so good. He has to figure out what to change.
These players always know the best items on the market. Palestra that we're speaking about, right back, part of team of the season Serie A. I believe from Cagliari, gets 84,000 coins as a right back. He's got intercept, which is a must for every defender. He's got quick step. You know when we say that all of your wingers have to have quick step, so they'll be quick?
Yeah.
The defender has quick step too.
Wow, so
he's got
this time around he can neutralize all of those.
Exactly, 94 pace, which is insane. He's got incisive pass, he's got jockey. So if you like your wingers to boom up forward, he's still got the passing abilities to give a really good pass. So a massive kudos to the players using those types of items in there. As KAYKAY, a big opportunity to find a cutting edge pass to make this 4. Wants to run away with the shelling. We'll find Matthias into McTominay. Lumo has KAYKAY all the way from Akwa Ibom. There's a reason he's here. The Challengers Cup champion will finally announce himself. It was a slow start from him in the earlier game, but we knew it wasn't going to take him too long. Welcome to the Elite League, KAYKAY.
I mean, welcome also to the Elite League, DADABOI, because this is a different vibe from what you saw.
Different type of welcome for him.
Different type of welcome for him, not the very best. The problem I'm having really with DADABOI is that he is struggling with spreading the balls through the wings. You have to try and go through the center. I mean, DADABOI, it does look like KAYKAY has gotten all of the job done. As another one goes in, he's struggling on the flanks. Why are you still trying to go through the flanks? Go through the center. There's no space in the flanks. Quickly change your tactics. Go to the center. I mean, that KAYKAY has found a way to pin him back on the flanks, and that Ajibade-Henry connection again and again has given him that opportunity to get another goal yet to make it a 5-star.
Just a little bit of context. These two played in the Challengers Cup final. The result was close. KAYKAY won. They played in the Pro Leagues. Result was close. KAYKAY won. But this one is not close at all, and it reminds me so much of the NBA. If you watch the NBA, when usually a rookie or a new player comes to the NBA, they always ask them, what is your welcome to the NBA moment? And it's usually an NBA veteran absolutely cooking the rookie. I think this might be his welcome to the Elite League moment, where usually it doesn't go well for someone who's new to a league. But the thing with DADABOI is don't write him off after the scoreline, because it's something we saw in the Pro Leagues as well. He lost his first 2 games in the Pro Leagues by like a 15-goal margin, and then the rest of the games he bounced back. And could this be the same pattern that we are seeing?
At some points in the Pro Leagues, he was down to 13th or so on the table as Ajibade, the lady who has been on fire. That Ajibade-Henry connection again and again and again being used to consistent. I mean, the AI defending there is not being deployed by DADABOI. That's one thing I have to say.
Switching too quickly to the centre back.
Too quickly to the centre backs and the full backs.
And that's the thing. Once you're not able to hold your opponent in that midfield for long, where he has it so easily to play it into his winger or his striker, you are in trouble. And right now, DADABOI Outlaws, man, in a lot of trouble. BAJI Jr., I believe, under a lot of trouble as well. Mr. Oga just slightly offside on that pass. You know who's in Mr. Oga's camp coaching?
Who?
Yemi?
Interesting.
I mean,
very interesting.
Unfortunately for him, he couldn't make it into the Elite League, but it's so nice seeing the other players in the coaching booth for some of these top guys. Of course, deploying tactical nuances to a man like Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga, who's not new to this scene at all. Man who has been there, done that, and this match are very, very big as we approach about last 5 minutes to go to halftime. Mariona, Beckham.
We have a comments from Holistic, but I think it's too early to write off anybody at all. We've said that consistently. There's so much still to play for. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There's still so much activities. Regardless of what happens in one game, it's just 3 points you're giving out, and anything could still happen in the consistent games. I think we have 12 games per person, so there's still 11 more games to right any wrong from the first game.
I mean, I'm truly enjoying how this battle is going, because one thing we said about Mr. Oga through and through is his defensive abilities. We didn't see that too much in some games in the Pro Leagues, but I think in the Elite League he might deploy that sense, because he knows the type of level of players that he is facing. 2 minutes ago, before halftime, that Palestra, we are seeing him again, that right back from Syria, our team of the season. Wow, now I have to start considering trying to get him into my team, because I had fullback problems, and maybe Palestra might be the guy to go for me. Palestra, once more. Mr. Oga to find Zielinski playing for the last attack, as he should. If you're on the pro level now, you should be playing for the last attack, but giving the ball away cheaply, Mr. Oga can't afford to do that.
He might get punished now, as we have BAJI Jr., somebody you don't want to ever be in dangerous positions. In your 18-yard box, here he is, twist turns, and Lojivin buries it. My goodness, that twist, that turn, absolute madness that one was.
I mean, BAJI Jr., He had everybody in the box dancing like a ballerina. And the player he's got up top, that KAYKAY item.
Perfect man to use in those moments.
I've seen the SBC, I've completed the SBC, but I play him at the cam position. But KAYKAY can play as a striker. And BAJI Jr. is the only guy I've seen play KAYKAY as the striker. So guys in the comments, I know a lot of you guys have completed KAYKAY. Do you play him as a striker? Because BAJI Jr. is playing as striker and he's doing an amazing job. For me, I'm using R9, but KAYKAY as a striker is not a bad option at all. I was actually speaking to BAJI Jr. about it, and I was telling him KAYKAY as a striker is not my side to go. He says, you know what, watch KAYKAY cook. And certainly, the KAYKAY item is cooking. You've not completed the SBC. Well, I'm sorry. As the match update that's clocking, BAJI Jr., man who finished top 4 last year in the Elite League. He wants to be there again, and he started strongly.
Done the business in the first half. Mr. Oga really did start well, had a couple of chances also, but we were talking about that one and it just came to fruition just as we're having a conversation. At this level, you have to pray for the last attack, especially if you're in the last embers of the first half or in the last of the second half of any game you're playing in. And we just saw him lose possession, and I knew that once that ball got to Shelin, he was going to be in problem. And he was just patient enough, waited for the space. Now you could see also that Mr. Oga overcommitted, trying to ensure that that last attack doesn't affect him. But that was the exact trigger.
I love this comment also from a Ghanaian pro in Big Ups. Also did compete at the grade, the quarterfinalist, I believe. KAYKAY as an ST is better than a CAM. Wow, well, I didn't know that. I love when these replies do come. It teaches us a lot about the game. KAYKAY as an ST is giving us a really good showing. Ajibade to use her pace. Lumo has KK looking for more and more goals. I was looking at the coaching battle. I mean, BAJI Jr., when he wasn't playing in the Pro League, he was coaching his brother BAJI Senior. Now they've turned it around. BAJI Senior is actually coaching his younger brother, and I love that dynamic so much. You can tell the telepathy is there, the understanding is there. KK!
DADABOI
so
finally.
register.
DADABOI
board,
finally.
I believe DADABOI, yes.
Getting himself something out of the 7-goal drubbing he has received in the first half. Not necessarily the cleanest of moves, but it was one that got him a goal. Maybe this might just be what he needs to set himself up properly. You can see KK trying to see if he could take off that momentum from DADABOI. For me, for DADABOI, this is the perfect time to see if you can get some goals down. Not necessarily because you're trying to get a comeback. I mean, if it does happen, it will be crazy, but it's for your confidence. Just for confidence boost, for your mentality. Tell yourself, you know what, I'm going to take this one step at a time, one goal at a time. As Jessica Peters says, KAYKAY at shadow striker on cam is lovely.
Man, I totally agree with you. At cam, that's why I play him as well. But this striker one is quite convincing me. That KAYKAY item just has so much inside save. He's got great finishing as well. I believe 5-5 to 5-star skill move, 5-star weak foot. Just perfect to have in your team. DADABOI now trying to insert himself into this game. There's 53 minutes gone on the game clock. There's still a very long way to go, but 7-1 down. I mean, it looks like it's impossible for him to even try to mount a comeback.
I mean, right now, I'm not even thinking about the comeback for someone like DADABOI, because I think all he needs to do is ensure this one keeps staying respectable. The scoreline keeps staying respectable.
Because we know what goals can do you to you in the league.
It can really do you a whole lot of harm. And if you can get yourself 2 or 1 goal back, it will do you a whole lot of favor. But out of, as you can see, Hendrik, another twist, another turn, another low driven that results in another goal as BAJI Jr. gets himself another goal. Also, the Lumo Hobbs man got himself the 8th goal for the day. Now, I'm going to ask you a question before we go into the game, the goal that had the 3rd goal for BAJI Jr. I'm going to ask you a quick question. For you, what is your preferred cam position? Do you like playmaker or shadow striker?
The roles. I mean, I think it depends on the type of player that you have. You know, KAYKAY has striking abilities. That's why he's got ST as well. So he can play him as shadow striker. But if you have somebody like a Poteas who doesn't have a lot of maybe striking abilities, she can't really, once she gets it in the box, she can't hold off the big defenders, play as a playmaker. But if you have somebody like a KAYKAY or maybe a Bobby Charlton can play cam, put him on shadow striker, he will be absolutely superb because he has the abilities to play striker as well. So I believe it's the type of midfielder that you have. So just make sure that you have the right player playing the right position. BAJI Jr. up 3-1. I mean, he did say that he was going into this game with a lot of confidence. Mr. Oga did get the first goal, but BAJI Jr. has turned around his fortunes. Mariona to find Kante. Semenyo just on that right hand side as the Game Evolution esports player. looking to take full control in this game. Tried to play a lock on that possession, but that time, Mr. Oga defending pretty well.
Absolutely. And I really love how Mr. Oga is still trying to stay in this game. It is not done and dusted for him. Yes, he got himself the first goal, and it is currently running away from him, but I think another goal for him would do him a whole lot of good in this one. Here's Beckham. Beckham and Kaka in the same team just gives me that whole Real Madrid vibes in that 2008-2009 season that had. I think Beckham was there in 2008. I don't know if he played with Kaka, but that just gives me a lot of that vibes as Mariona would squeeze this one just a little bit past the place it should have been into, which is the upper part of that net. Well, gives Mr. Oga a lot of room to breathe and try to get himself back into the action again.
Well, Elite League Season 2 so far has been very interesting. The fact that we are seeing some of these type of games it's pretty important. There's an interesting comment from Bright. All these Arsenal fans say Oga Park Arsenal players put for team. We all know Mr. Oga is a massive Arsenal fan, and it seems like it carries over to the game as well. I mean, if he's doing the business, he's doing the business. He's back in this game, 3-2 now, 5-goal thriller. This one, we can't put it to bed yet. BAJI Jr., he's not in the clear yet. There's still 20 in-game minutes to be played. And knowing Mr. Oga, sometimes he can leave it late. And if BAJI Jr. is not careful, these 3 points might just slip out of his hands. There he goes with Semenyo. Player of that's an excellent one to find Beckham on the right-hand side. Patient with it. Great pass. That finesse almost set it up perfectly for Mariona. And one thing that you notice is every single time they take a touch in the box, they're looking for the finesse angle.
Bro, I mean, if it works, why change it, you know? And for me, I think that tackle was the only reason that one wasn't lodged in the bottom of that net. As we have another update, 9-1 for KK. This one might just make it 10. If it goes in, it does go in. It is 10-1. What an introduction to the Elite Division for KK, as Kaka just doesn't get this one in. I think that one was rushed a little bit from Kaka. He had the chance, he had the time to go all the way to get that one into the back of the net.
Well, we did say there will be some heavy score lines all around. KK first one to register that very big one, 9-1 as it stands. What a response after losing that first game by 5 goals to 2. It kind of happens with the Elite League format. The fact that some of these games will have big score lines. That doesn't mean the guy on the receiving end is a bad player, because DADABOI on his day, very good, the Outlaws man. It didn't happen to him in the Pro League. If people wrote him off in the first or second week, well, he really silenced a lot of the doubters in the latter week. So if this is the same scenario, then there are more great things to come for DADABOI. But you've got to go back to the drawing board. You've got to work on a lot more of the stuff that had you conceding a lot of those goals. Mr. Oga versus BAJI Jr. currently locked in a big battle. Currently live from Lagos, Nigeria. If you just joined the broadcast, this is the Elite League featuring 13 of the very best Nigeria FCE sports players. Look, the journey has been interesting right from January 2026, starting off with the Onile Esports Championships into the Challengers Cup, into the Pro Leagues, and now into the Elite League. It has shown us the grind that some of these players put in, the work that some of these players have put in. Because some of these players came way back from Challengers Cup. Both DADABOI and KK that are playing now, they started all the way back from Challengers Cup. Yeah. It wasn't easy at all. So they had to grind through Challengers Cup, grind through Pro Leagues, and they've deserved their shot here. So, I mean, kudos to them for being here. But if you want to stay here, you've got to really put on strong performances.
I mean, I'm looking at BAJI Junior's team. I have a Zidane, we have a Kaka, we have a Beckham. You wouldn't be surprised if he's a Real Madrid fan. Bringing all of the legends to really come back and you know, sort of have a ball with this man. Zielinski is consistently. I think Zielinski is also in BAJI Junior's team. I'm wondering why. I mean, I wonder what variation of Zielinski card could have made it into some of these players' team. I don't know if you have any response to that.
I think Zielinski is part of team of the season Serie A item, also a very cheap item. That's the thing with some of the leagues. Their team of the season cards are quite cheap. You get them for less than 100k, but they can do a job because they've got the play styles. Like we said, FC26 is play style heavy. If the player doesn't have crazy stats as compared to others. Immediately he has play style. The difference is made. And could this be the goal that makes all of the difference for BAJI Jr.? That's goal number 4 on the board. This time, he didn't have to go through Shelling's usual finish shot. It's a volley outside of the post. And there you have it. 4 goals to 2 with about 8 minutes to go. The all-important cushion comes back for BAJI Jr.
My goodness, how important is that one? As you can see the stats right now for on the screen, you see that it's not so much about the possession, because Mr. Oga has a lot of the possession. He has tried a lot of those shots also, but BAJI Jr. has been the one who has converted all the chances he has had, or majority of the chances he has had, as Zielinski will be looking to get his team into this one. If he can get this one over the line,
this was the replay of that.
Okay, that was the second goal. Wow,
exactly. That goal from Mr. Oga earlier on, and then this was that goal that gave BAJI Jr. the all-important cushion. Found Kaka. The lofted pass is returning back to form. I think I saw this with KAYKAY against Guru. He gave one of those lofted passes. Well, the beauty about the lofted passes is when it gets into your player, you don't need to control it. One time hit, bang.
It goes
Sometimes when you control it, you can have a heavy touch and the defender will come for it. Just hit it one time and you're good to go. And that's exactly what that man right there, BAJI Jr. deployed. And that's how come he's in a commanding position to start his league campaign on the strong foot. Matthias through the middle. Mr. Oga, it's now or never for him to possibly mount one more comeback as BAJI Jr. does the business and wins the ball back, but you can't give it so cheaply back like that. I mean, you see how everybody's packed at the back. He's deploying that AI defending where I was speaking about.
I mean, that's the impressive thing about, you know, watching some of these pros do their business on a daily. You get to see what is working. You get to see the idea behind.
So I think somebody in the comments, or if you're playing FC and maybe you're not the highest level, is asking, okay, so if everybody's AI defending, then how then do you beat AI defending? And that's why I get to tell you that your offense has to be part of the elite of the elites. Transition football. As for that one, if you are quick with your transitions, he doesn't have the time to use the AI defending to beat you. So first off, transition football, and also adding
oh my goodness! What a goal that is! Nasty as they come. Wow!
How many yards were those?
And you can see even Mr. Oga is smiling because he knows
he's got
that's one of those ones that
you just got
there's
to
nothing you have to do.
Too.
Because I think I did see his goalkeeper move just a little bit, but it was no match for that wicked.
This goal clearly shades of Carlos' goal at the grid, where it was from way outside with the free kick. BAJI Jr. take a bow, my friend.
I think he might have a contender for goal of the week already. Already.
Wow.
That one was from
almost 30 meters. 4 meters. Basically 30 meters.
My goodness.
Set pieces these days are very deadly. BAJI Jr. has done it so well. That reaction says it all. And the final whistle will go down. Congratulations to BAJI. He starts this one on a positive note. What a performance and what a way to finish it off. I mean, that smile from Mr. Oga said it, it was like, you know what, fair play, man.
Yes, some of these goals going and it's so nasty. There's nothing you could do about this one. But I really love the fact that he took the initiative. Usually you don't see players, I mean, maybe because he was already 2 goals up, so he gave him the opportunity.
You think if it was, maybe it was a goal down, he doesn't attempt that?
I don't know if he's going to try that. Because that would be
if it's something that you've worked on in practice, you've got to try it.
I mean,
you've got to try
it. It is crazy.
Or you say sometimes when the desperation sets in, you don't want to take chances.
You don't want to take chances. You want to see if you can do something entirely different. But whatever the case is, 2 men with 2 huge results. BAJI Jr. from Division 1 winning the battle of the Division 1 players, and we go up against, I mean, we have a KAYKAY tearing a DADABOI apart in the Division 2 battle. BAJI Jr., I mean, when I meant Division 1, Mr. Oga came from Division 1, went to Division 2, and now he's back. But he really was from Division 2 last couple months. And now that is BAJI Jr. with 3 huge points, and KAYKAY getting his league back with 3 huge points and about 10 goal difference, or whatever the case is, in whatever happened. That was a crazy one. Slide, do you have any more to contribute?
I mean, certainly it's been an enjoyable one to watch. I mean, I've been enjoying every single one of
the chat was going crazy for
coming in. It's going crazy, especially with that goal. Holistic says, what in the blood of Jesus was that goal? I mean,
that reaction is how we were in the studios.
We were in the studios. It was insane. BAJI free kick, totally crazy. I mean, Jessica Peter says the normal thing. Maybe she has seen it from BAJI somewhere.
Maybe she has been and FC26 PC Live says follow this channel right now.
Yeah,
that is exactly what you should be doing right now.
Do that now.
Follow the channel right now, because this kind of goal, I promise you, at the end of the entire thing, you possibly will have it as maybe top 5, not even the top best.
Yeah, because there might be crazier ones even coming.
I'm so sure there's going to be crazier goals coming up in the FC. Don't forget, this is the elite division. This is the pro of the pro division. This is the very, very best of the very, very best. 13 people fighting for just one spot. A whole lot on the line. 3 million. I mean, across.
If you can't get that top spot, I think the next thing for you to do is maintain top 8 status, as that will maintain your status here in the elite league.
I mean, we saw how crazy the pro leagues were. You don't want to go back to the gulag, and that's on the mind of every single person who currently is in the elite division. I don't want to go back to the pro leagues and do all of that against 20, 25
that helter-skelter.
That was
every
crazy.
day.
7 to 8 weeks
that was
of
insane.
craziness.
That was insane.
All they need to do is lock in for the 5 weeks that is the elite divisions and ensure that they get in that.
I mean, lucky it is the key word. We are totally locked in. 3 rounds of action, 2 more to go. And I must say, the 2 main games from broadcast that we've got next for you is totally insane. Let me just whet your appetite a bit. Up next, we've got the champion. We'll be seeing him for the first time in the Elite League, champion of the Pro Leagues, KINGNONEX in action. And the thing is, he's not just coming as champion of Pro League. I believe yesterday he played in a tournament in PSM and won again. Wow. So the guy is on a roll right now, but he's coming up against somebody who literally beat somebody by 7 goals to 0 in Mitchell. That's our next game on the broadcast. And elsewhere, we'll be having Tactical versus WOLEVATION. Stay tuned. You can't afford to miss. We'll be right back.
You won't give us another game shooting. I'm fun. This is highlight.
Of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there. This one we're not just analyzing. This one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage. From our community centers to the world gaming leagues.
The action is still going on. Wow, what a first 3 rounds we've had. All of the players representing themselves in the best light are trying to get themselves 3 points. 3 huge points being gotten across. We haven't seen any draws so far so good. I think that is a telling sign as to what to expect throughout the duration of the Elite Division. This is the Elite Division Season 2. This is going to be finding who will take home all of that 1 million naira pool prize. I mean, not the pool prize, the 1 million naira prize for the first position. We have the 4th game on our hands. Slightly more after the first 3 games.
After the first 3 games, they've set the precedent pretty well, but I think the 4th game might be the biggest one we've seen so far.
I agree.
KINGNONEX playing Mitchell. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And of course, on the other broadcast, we'll have Tactical versus WOLEVATION. Of course, we'll give you all of the updates when the goals do go in for that game as well. But KINGNONEX versus Mitchell is a mouth-watering game. I think KINGNONEX is in the form of his life, winning the Pro League. Yesterday, I was following his action where he went to a tournament as well. That was 95 rated, won that too. And but Mitchell, I told you he was playing well online, and then he started today with a 7-0 win against his own friend. So, like, all of them are in red hot form. We're expecting a pretty good game from both of these guys. This is what the Elite League is all about. The best of the best throwing heavy punches at each other, and then your shots, everybody set to go. Now, there is an interesting dynamic to go on with our primary game. Boyd is now coaching Mitchell, but Boyd was coaching KINGNONEX in the Pro Leagues. Does that play into the mind games of it?
For me, I think it does in a certain way because every single time
Boyd essentially knows how KINGNONEX plays.
I mean, every single time KINGNONEX throws up a challenge, Boyd possibly has the answer. Possibly. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's about the implementation of that challenge. And don't forget also Mitchell, who is a close friend of Boyd, also knows KINGNONEX type of game very, very well. I'm sure also KINGNONEX has done his homework also from being around Mitchell and Boyd for a very long time. So I think this is one of those ones that we'll see a lot of back and forth, a lot of questions asked by both players on both ends. But ultimately, it's about the implementation. We did see the game between ANIFE and Mitchell. Even though those two know each other very, very well, it did see that there was nothing there was nothing familiar about that scoreline. That was a very, very unusual scoreline.
Speaking of WOLEVATION, he couldn't have had a better start to his league campaign than those 3 goals, 3 wins, especially against KILLERFreak.
I mean, for me, at the end of the day,
because I'm sure that was one of the matches that I was looking at as one of the difficult matches to get points from.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he possibly will go on and say, you know what, I didn't get beaten by KILLERFreak. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, I mean, the result is there to speak for itself. And now we have WOLEVATION up against a tactical. We did see him struggle towards the end of the Pro Leagues. He struggled a little bit towards
I remember when he went the first 3 weeks top of the table.
He was at some point 16 or so points, 18 points. He hadn't drawn any, he hadn't lost any, and then there was that deep in form as we go into the game between KINGNONEX versus Mitchell. KINGNONEX in that all-black, while Mitchell, who is currently on the attack in that sky blue and white kits right now.
Yeah, certainly.
Definitely.
A big game on our hands. Mitchell, KINGNONEX, 2 of the elites of the elite showing what they've got. KINGNONEX, I just love his story, man. Just a guy who started making waves last season and now he's playing with the very best of the best. Oh, what an introduction! This man is ready for this moment.
Wow, what a way to get yourself the first goal. Got himself that lofted through pass. It was done to so much perfection there. There was nothing anybody could have done in that moment. The defenders were left on the back burner there.
Man, we're speaking about other Division 2 players taking time to acclimatize to their situation. Not KINGNONEX at all. He's moved to a new league and it didn't take him time to settle at all. He's already stamped his foot in this one. Player luck, finding Pina, and Yildiz with a perfect finish. Team of the season Serie A item, Kenan Yildiz, a start off for KINGNONEX.
I thought that was a lofted through pass, but my apologies, that was a direct through ball. And now Mitchell will be looking to quickly get himself back in the conversation. For me, if there's anybody who's going to be worried about what you're currently seeing right now between Tactical and a KINGNONEX, for example, it should be Tomide, because there was conversations happening outside the arena where there seemed to be an ongoing bet about something. I mean, I'm going to leave that for the closing edges, but I think Tomide essentially didn't believe that some of the people from, or some of the players from the Division 2 could make it into the top 4 of Division 1. Well, we have 5 weeks to figure that one out and find out if he was correct in that analysis, or if truly the guys from Division 1 came to hang and show that they have all the talent in the world to get something out of this one, as Mitchell will be looking to.
Ball was bouncing in the area.
Listen, that was the deadliest place you want to have that ball in at any time.
Anything could have fallen. As I've noticed another item that was in the SBC's Marco Reus, I believe one of his throwback items, playing as a cam. Back in the days, Marco Reus was just something special. It's lovely to see his card in this game right now. From the knockdown in the corner, just couldn't get it the way he wanted, but Mitchell now putting the pressure on after going a goal down. I like the aggressiveness with which the response is looking like after going a goal down. He's not going to let KINGNONEX dictate affairs. He's going to try to push in this game as KINGNONEX out by a goal to nil.
For me, the only challenge in terms of that particular style of play is when you're up against someone like KINGNONEX, who maybe have gone down by a goal, and you're now trying to get yourself back and you're aggressive. You have to also have in the back of your mind that KINGNONEX is potentially the most dangerous, at least the second most dangerous player on transition I have ever seen. That's the kind of guy you don't want to be on transition against you at any time. He knows how to move from your, as you can see, Mitchell right now. He might just get this one over the line, decides to go for the shot instead of the low-driven Ajibade. The goalkeeper stepping up, does the business, and he has that throw in, he has that corner kick. And somehow that one falls into I don't know how that one happened, but it is a goal kick now. KINGNONEX has a chance to turn this thing around. As I was talking about that man, he knows how to turn from defense to attack with just 3 or 4 passes. One of the quickest players when it comes to transition in FC 26.
I mean, last year we had a massive conversation about goalkeepers, and Vicario was the
ultimate one.
Exactly, the one we spoke about almost every single time. Now there has been a shift a bit. I was asking Guru yesterday. I met him yesterday when we were having our test stream here at the studio, as I believe Tactical versus WOLEVATION is also going off. Tactical did get that earlier goal, but the response has been found from WOLEVATION through Ajibade, bending that one in perfectly as that one makes it a goal apiece. I believe Tactical actually got the second goal to go down. Well, I was speaking about the goalkeepers, and the crazy thing is, Buffon is in post now, 94 Trophy Titans item. He's got that far reach plus that we know goalkeepers, he must have footwork plus as well. That footwork plus,
for that low driven.
So he's the perfect goalkeeper to have. He just costs 300k, so almost everybody can afford him with this 10 million coin budget. And I think he's an essential right now. It's no surprise that KINGNONEX is using him as his #1 shot stopper.
I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. Vicario was that man on everybody's play at the Pro League's ass. Mitchell will survive that one. The post just doing him a whole lot of good and favor there by repelling that one from almost going into make it 2 for KINGNONEX.
I mean, it hasn't been the most dominant first 25 minutes for KINGNONEX, but sometimes that's how his type of games go. If you listen to my preview before the National Elite League started, I told you this guy doesn't need to have all of the ball to be dominant. He just needs tiny spaces, and with just a little bit of space, Claudia Pina. We haven't seen too many guys use Pina this time around. KINGNONEX is sticking to what works.
Absolutely.
And Pina still does work in this game.
Absolutely. This man, he does look sometimes. I mean, when you talk about appearances looking deceiving, that is KINGNONEX for you. He does look like every now and again he's under a lot of pressure. But once he gets that controller, that man is so calm. And I think we might have another goal by Tactical, making it 3-1. Tactical definitely winning that Division 2 battle there.
Money, just a couple of months back when we had a Pro League, that was when they had released Team of the Year, fresh. And Team of the Year Pina was literally unattainable because she was heavily expensive. She did not fit your budget, but people still found a way to use it. I believe a guy like Khalid used it. But now she has dropped down in price to, I believe, 1.5 million to 2 million coins that she's possible to use. And that's why we're seeing KINGNONEX deploy Team of the Year Pina in his squad. And she's been sensational so far.
I mean, especially for him, it's not just about having those player cards. It's about being able to use some of the players that fit into your style of play. And for KINGNONEX, she is the perfect one to be in his top 11 any day, anytime.
I think if you take out the likes of KILLERFREAK and Farouk, the name that is on the is hottest on the block right now feels like KINGNONEX. Everybody raving about this man, and it's just a joy to watch a new player on the block really asserting his dominance, but not forgetting what Mitchell has done in this FC sport as well. He's been a major titan, winning title after title. He just needs this goal to get back into the mix. Great pass into Royce. Tried that directional nutmeg pass right there, but just didn't go. Abdullah Rashid certainly agrees with us. Both of them are on fire, KINGNONEX and Tactical. They are playing some very good FC right now. Is that onside from Ajibade? I think they're slightly offside. I like the fact that Mitchell took the pause. Because if you look at his offense, I think is okay because he has broken down KINGNONEX a couple of times. But the defense, it's too easy for KINGNONEX to play the transitional play. When you play against great players, what you want to do is to limit them in their transitional play as much as you can. At least leave transitions for like 1 or 2 times. But KINGNONEX has done this like 3 times already, and that's cause for concern for Mitchell. I like the fact that he went into the pause just to switch things up, and maybe the pause could materialize in a goal here as Lauren James's attempt blocked on that one.
You know, for me, when you say the attack is okay, but the defense is not necessarily the biggest, best thing happening right now, I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I'm looking at it that the attack has not really been okay. If you notice, he has gotten himself in good positions. But unlike KINGNONEX, just like you see again, every single time KINGNONEX has a shot, it's either on goal or it's something very close. We've seen like 3-4 blocked attempts from Mitchell. It hasn't really been the best. Wow, we have a crazy one coming from the comment section. JC Millie says, I see Mitch relegated.
Wow.
That is an insane thing to say on the first day of the broadcast.
Mind you, this guy just won 7-0 against ANIFE.
Exactly. I mean, going up against the champion.
How do you switch your perspectives this quickly?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Jason, well, we hope you're back here at least at week 5, and we can have that conversation to see if you were right or you were wrong. If that is actually something that happens.
KINGNONEX, this is absolutely insane. Going up against one of the elite players that we've got in this country, and if just 40 minutes, it's 3-0 up.
I told you from the very get-go, this is a man you don't want to be facing his transitions. He is incredible with these transitions. I mean, for me, the only persons who I look at KINGNONEX and say, you know what, this is sort of the person that mules his transition is KILLERFREAK and Farouk. These are the only 2 who possibly have even better transition moves than him. That man, he knows how to do it in the quickest of times. 3-4 passes, he's already down. I mean, I was expecting Mitchell to take that pass.
I think the defender tracked it pretty well. That's why he maybe didn't release that ball. But just 2 minutes to halftime, and it's insane. Precious. KINGNONEX will give everyone a run for their money.
Absolutely.
There's no easy
right
games
on the money
with this man. You know another guy who will give you a run for your money? That's WOLEVATION. There are not a lot of games where you beat WOLEVATION by a big scoreline. He's back in the mix. 3-2 against Tactical. A battle that we saw in the Pro Leagues. Both of them grinding results in the Pro Leagues, and they are doing it here on the elite stages. Can Mitchell get one back right before halftime? This could change and swing momentum. Still holding on to it. Final attack of this half. Ramirez, great move. Should be ending in a great finish.
Yeah, should be taking that shot.
KINGNONEX just escaping that one. Corner comes in. Can he finalize it off? And KINGNONEX will clear his lines. That chance right there could have been a game changer.
Should have been taking that one a whole lot earlier. I mean, maybe because it was Ramirez, he wanted to ensure that he was properly in the clear. But you're 3 goals down in the last attack. You know the glitch happens. Take that shot and watch what happens. Maybe there could be a rebound. Maybe low GV could get you the goal. But whatever the case is, Boyd is going to have that conversation.
Yeah, you saw the conversation between the coaches and the players, Boyd and Mitchell, and of course KINGNONEX and his coach. Just that tactical side of the game. I'm sure right now what KINGNONEX is probably speaking about is, do I play a little bit conservative? Do I soak pressure a bit, hit him on more of my transitions, or I still go on the aggressive press? So it will be an interesting dynamic going forward. But what a start to this game, Money. Okay, Postman, if I had asked you to predict, would you have said 3-0 halftime?
Absolutely not. That's why I'm telling you guys, I need to get this one in. I need to have, you know, some of these games. I need to soak in the atmosphere, and that's the only time.
I mean, those guys that predicted on Instagram, did you guys see this coming? Let me know in the comments. Did you see?
If anybody wins this prediction,
winning by 3-0 at halftime,
come and tell me about my life story. If anyone wins this, come and tell me about my life story. I mean, this has been an absolute decimation for the first half.
Welcome back, guys. We apologize for that brief pause in transition. We had a little bit of a technical problem, but we are back on stream. I mean, it was just around halftime where we got to the problems. I think it's not bad because we can exactly start from 45 minutes to go and then see how things are going. Of course, the action was getting heated. I mean, this one from Holistic says, anyway, there's no escaping KINGNONEX rat. I mean, not a lot of people has escaped. They said, we told Lagos gamers that they should be wary of some Division 2 players. They did not listen. I think it's the perfect time for us to discuss Lagos. What's happening to Lagos players?
So the thing is, if you're looking at it holistically,
do you think they've gotten lackadaisical or relaxed a bit?
No, not particularly. Because if you look at it, pun intended, I'll say if you look at it holistically, the elite division is not made of, or initially wasn't made up of only Lagos players. So I don't think it's the right thing to say that, okay, we're wanting Lagos players, because I think the thing is, if you're looking at it, BAJI senior is still flying high. Well, ADEFOLA now, after that loss, maybe not so. Someone like KILLERFREAK, we haven't seen him in action, but I mean, obviously, he's still flying high. We might see, we saw MITCH already. Yes, he's losing to KINGNONEX, but he's still doing well. So the thing has been, I think the fact that elite leagues, the pro leagues, the Onile esports is currently happening, sort of gave every other person the opportunity to come compete. So initially, when you will have only Lagos players, Lagos gamers in the competition, now there is a level playing field for every single person to come and do the business. So for me, I wouldn't think it's a Lagos players have regressed type of thing, because if you also saw the elite, the pro leagues, Lagos players did compete. But this has not been the very best of the best. So maybe this other year also, as my goodness, what a start to this second half by Mitchell. I mean, gamer, by the way.
Wow. Andy, I see this every single time when we do have a little bit of a problem. I see that when we do have that breaking transmission, sometimes it can swing momentum into your favor, because if KINGNONEX was hot, you have to get back to being hot. But for Mitchell, it can get him to pause, breathe, think about different things to do. And this could be perfect for him, as he's gotten one goal back quickly. Wow.
It's not just the goal, it's the quality of the goal. It did look like there was something a little bit different about that man as that goal went in. He took the turns, he took the dribbles, and he was able to get himself a good goal. And you can see that goal has sort of buoyed his confidence and made him attack this game a little bit different now. Every single defensive move is done with an intention. Let's get the ball and quickly recycle it to our attackers. Ah, my goodness, that tackle was very, very dangerous. Well, he did take that one, take that chance. And the Lagos versus other states conversation is still ongoing. But look at what's interesting to me. Why that's happening also, you're also looking at DADABOI, who has not so far so good done himself the very best of good with the way he started the Division 1. KAYKAY also didn't really start so very well, but nobody's really talking about this conversation. That's because Lagos has more of the numbers. KINGNONEX, yes, is not a Lagos boy, but so far so good. He has had a whole lot of connection with the Lagos boys and spent a lot of time in Lagos, because that is where the core of the esports top guns are in. Even, I mean, I've said this a couple of times, and the Abuja boys have, attacked me. I said, even Farouk Mamzo has spent so much time since he had that hit in Limelight. He has spent so much time in Lagos than in Abuja itself. Yes, you might say that's because that's where all of the competitions are happening. KINGNONEX says, I really don't care about your momentum. I'm taking back what's mine.
I mean, they call him a king for a reason. Can he wear the crown here in the Elite League? He's certainly showing so. 4-1. If the breaking transmission had killed off momentum, not for this man. It doesn't affect him too much. He's regained that 3-goal lead. And my goodness, it was indeed a well-worked goal. I mean, at this point, the Lagos versus other states conversation will come into play. I mean, right now, if we say we are setting up 4v4 of Lagos versus other states conversation, do you think other states win?
Absolutely
because if the other states had to put together a 4, we have KINGNONEX in the list, we have Farouk in the list, you've got guys like Guru in the list, KAYKAY in the list, all of these guys could potentially make the list. I mean, that's a strong 4 to contend with.
That's a strong 4, but that's essentially going up against players like KILLERFREAK. You are going up against players like Mitchell. You're going up against players like BAJI. You're going up against players like ADEFOLA. I mean, there was Rufai in that conversation earlier on, but now, due to one or two reasons, he's no longer at that competitive scene. But I mean, that's also a very strong 4. But personally, for me, I enjoy these conversations because it shows me that there's something currently being done right in the esports scene for Nigeria as a whole. And getting to the point whereby the center of excellence, which is Lagos in itself, is able to produce A4, while other states probably look to produce another 4, matching the quality that Lagos is producing.
Oh, I love it very much. You can weigh in on the conversation in the comment section. We're enjoying ourselves here in week 1 of the Elite League. Oh, KINGNONEX, take a bow, my friend.
Wow.
This one is truly something special. And it's a beautiful finish into the top corner, making it 5-1 statement of intent. Quick update. Tactica also leading by 3 goals to 2. Beautiful, beautiful finish from KINGNONEX. I mean, we previewed this to be a big game, but KINGNONEX, he's making things look pretty easy. Mitchell just beat somebody by 7 goals to 0. But when you come up against KINGNONEX, it's not going to be easy at all. There's the timing of the pass to find Pinal's everything. Because somebody else could have given Pinal that pass early.
Yeah.
But the timing.
He waited for the right moment.
Immediately he gave it to where there was space for him to turn and shoot. And turn and finesse, he did. And there you have it. This man looking unbeatable at this moment. Mind you, he went unbeaten for a while in the Elite League. Was at the top of the table for a very long time. People question whether he could go on and win the Pro League, and he did win it on the final weekend. Will that be the same story? Can he challenge the top guns? And this is one of the top guns he is really challenging. And it's so far so good for this man up top, KINGNONEX. Remember that name.
My goodness, for me, at that conversation we were having earlier on about if the guys from Division 2 can actually hang with some of the guys who were previously in the Elite Division and make it to that top 4 conversation, which will be going on to face the Ghanaian contingent later on in the year. That definitely gives you some of the answers you'll be looking for as Mitchell gets himself another goal back in. He says he was going to keep this one respectable.
I mean, it's not so that 20 minutes, 3 goals money. We've seen impossible things happen. It's just that because it's KINGNONEX.
Yes.
Exactly. If it was maybe somebody else, there might be more believers.
You want to name names?
Don't put me on blast, Wani. Look, KINGNONEX is just playing so well that it's going to be difficult to stop him. Police boy, I mean, you have seen the action. Mitchell needs to change his means of attacking and stop with the lofted triangle passes. I mean, it has kind of worked for him in the past, but just that KINGNONEX has kind of figured it out and he's stopping them every single time.
Exactly what I was going to say. The thing is, it did work against ANIFE. It did catch ANIFE off guard again and again and again. But I think I understand where the comment is coming from. As soon as you see that this is no longer working here, maybe try and switch things up a little bit. But you know what? As Inahi will say, KINGNONEX has mastered the art of playing under pressure while still maintaining possession. I mean, if you do say it like that, that makes a lot of sense. It's just that he maintains possession only in the right places. You see some other players maintain possession in their own 18-yard boxes, in their own half.
Where it's dangerous, where they can lose it.
Yeah, absolutely. He only maintains the possession where it is necessary as Mitchell.
We just have about 15 minutes, but if Mitchell can score in like the next 5 minutes, it could set up for an interesting 10 minutes to go. But knowing KINGNONEX, he'd love to get maybe one more goal to potentially seal this as Mitchell will go on the break with Marco Royce. You know he's got a good pass on him. Ooh.
That should have definitely been up to
intercept play style plus, my people. If you're in the chat and your defenders don't have intercept play style plus and you play FC26, you don't want to win games. That's all I'll say.
The past 10 minutes have been really a different ball game from what we saw in the first half. And now you're wondering if Mitchell had come correct like this from the very get-go, maybe would have been seen a different.
Because now you can see the intensity of his game has kind of increased.
Up by a whole lot.
With the decisions, he's breaking down KINGNONEX pretty well. And there he goes again, this time with Son. McTominay, Mitchell, we know he's deadly in positions like this. You don't want to leave him hanging. Try to go for the weaker foot finesse with Lauren James. But look how quickly KINGNONEX closed them down. I like how these last 10 minutes are looking. You can clearly tell that Mitchell hasn't given up on this game at all.
Absolutely. That's what happens when you score the goals. I mean, as soon as that second one went in and he reduced to a 3-goal difference, Mitchell definitely knew that something could definitely switch and swing in his favor. But, you know, we're talking about how both players know each other as a result of that connection with Boy, who has coached one and who has been the friend for one for a very long time. And it does look like at this moment it is KINGNONEX who is currently winning. As he wins a little bit, I understand where that came from. That definitely was not the right pass, at least from our own view in the studio. It does look like KINGNONEX is the one who is currently winning that particular battle, the battle of that connection. My goodness, this time around, is it offside or is it offside? It looks offside.
It's on from Son, through on goal.
Oh my
You're expecting him to totally bury that, especially with that Son item that has the 5-star weak foot. You're expecting him to bury that into the back of the corner, and that was the moment. That was the moment, right? I don't know if the angle was right for low dribbling, but 5-star weak foot, you're expecting them to score from that angle, and Mitchell scuffs his lines, and KINGNONEX might have just done enough to walk away with this massive victory.
I agree with you right there, and we had a comment earlier on saying they are cheering my goats. Mitchell, definitely one of the goats of the esports. It does look like it hasn't been the very best of days for our goats, or my goats at least, ADEFOLA and Mitchell. But I think that is a little bit of an idea of what we should expect throughout the elite divisions. The guys who are here are no respecter of persons at all. There is nothing like respect for any player. They know
hold on, there goes Mitchell. Hold on, don't write this game off yet. 3 minutes. Could Mitchell be making a comeback? I know 3 minutes is not enough, but it's a 9-minute half. Can he win back possession of the ball will be the question.
The question is, can Mitchell force an error from KINGNONEX?
Like
it does
that.
Look like he does.
Win the ball back and put on the press. There he goes with Rice. It has to be perfect from here on out. He cannot lose it again.
Yeah.
An excellent defending from NONEX, stepping up to win the ball back, and I believe time will not be on Mitchell's side. NONEX has done enough to be here. Look, when we're ending the Pro League, one warning that we sounded to the Elite League players was you cannot rest. Because these guys are hot coming in.
Bro, they are hungry, and I love it.
Hot. The heat that KINGNONEX is coming with, it's unquenchable as he secures the win. Wow. There's a reason why this one is hot in the scene right now. KINGNONEX starting off strongly, the champion of the Pro League, making a statement in the Elite Leagues too.
If there was any question about an unbeaten run for Mitchell, especially after that 7-0 win over ANIFE, that one has ended already, as he has been handed his first loss of the Elite Division. 2 down for Mitchell, about 10 more games to go across the next 4 weeks. Sultan Heritage says, let's go, my king. KINGNONEX definitely gaining all of the fans after that display. It has been very, very good. What a display from that man. 5-3 win by KINGNONEX. And if you look at it without getting some of that, we have another update. Tactical finished that one 4-2.
Tactical, 2 games, 2 wins.
I mean, what a perfect day. We talk about a marathon being a time of moments.
Look, Pro League Tactical started slowly, Elite League has started strong.
So
I beat 2 really good players in Frontline Wolevation.
I go to the question now is, can he maintain it? We are done with week 1, for example, for Tactical. He has 4 weeks. 4 weeks, 8 days. 8 days of intense action. You come in, about 10 games left for him in 8 days. Can he maintain this momentum? And even in times when he's not playing so good, can he manage to squeeze out wins? That's the question.
I mean, amazing stuff. I see the comment from Sultan Heritage, Benin King dominating. That's what the National E-Soccer League is all about. Not just for Lagos, not just for Abuja, not just for Benin, for everybody in Nigeria. If you're watching this now and you're wondering, how do I get to be a part of this? How do I participate as a player? The first thing to do is make sure you're following KD Sports, because when the updates come, you want to know. But the main thing is you have to look towards the Onile Esports Championships. That's the one that's open towards everybody. Onile Esports Championships and the Challengers Cup. It's open to everybody. Once you perform there, you make top 8 or so, you are into the Pro Division, and then you can get here to the elites of the elite. I mean, Sadiq David confirms, he says, seems NONEX will make top 3.
Yeah.
I mean, you put him in your top 3, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I had him behind Farouk and a KILLERFREAK. But for me, a very, very important comment here by Holistic say KINGNONEX winning the Pro League was not a fluke.
At all.
When we were saying it, some people didn't really understand what we were saying. But now, this is a very good test. For me, the second test would be against players like KILLERFREAK and Farouk. But if there's anything like an audition, I think he passed this audition properly. So for me, he has done his beats. 5-3. I mean, if you're looking at just the scoreline alone, 5-2, you think, okay, maybe at some point, it was tight. It was not tight throughout today. He ran away with it. And yes, that momentary pause we had was what gave Mitchell that, change in momentum and that energy to go on out for it. But KINGNONEX held on for dear life and did.
I mean, Manny, I've totally enjoyed myself when I come to Nigeria. I've been trying to learn the local language, Igbo Yoruba. I'm seeing one local language here that I'll need you to translate for me from Ugona Ikeke says Tekashi tactical. You've got to complete that for me. Exactly. What does that mean?
It essentially means tactical the baller.
Truly baller. I'm adding this one to my dictionary. Onyegu. Tactical Onyegu. It's totally balling out here inside the National E-Soccer Elite League. We hope you guys are enjoying yourself. That's 4 rounds of action, but last round to go. In the last round, I must tell you, it's big. KILLERFREAK, you didn't see him in action earlier on because he was late to the party. His game was forfeited. Well, he has an opportunity to come back with a banger, but his game is not going to be easy. He's facing BAJI Jr., a guy who finished top 4. He's already won 1 game today. That should be a cracker. He's going to be on the mainstream. And guess what? The secondary stream as well is not easy. ADEFOLA lost his first game. He's playing Guru all the way from Abuja, who did win his first game against KK. Every single game will be hot. The hotness continues. We'll see how hot this place can be. We'll be back after this.
People went to go and give
It's been a splendid opener to week 1 of the National E-Soccer Elite League, but we are not done yet. We potentially save the best games for the last, and it is truly going to be incredible. The results have been shocking, some of them expected, and some players have to make bounce backs. And for this one, he will have to make a major bounce back. Nobody was expecting his game to be forfeited earlier on, but rules are rules. And for KILLERFREAK, you have to find a way to bounce back. But it's not going to be against an easy opponent. BAJI Jr. is not easy meat at all.
Especially with the fact that BAJI Jr. saw that very, very important win earlier in the day against Mr. Oga. That one ended 5-2 for BAJI Jr. I mean, these guys are no strangers to each other games. They've played each other in the Elite League in Season 1 last year. But it's right now about Elite League Season 2. Every single thing that has happened before is history. Now it's all about who is ready, who is hungry for the action, who's hungry to take home the 3 points. Both players will really be gunning for it. If BAJI Jr. can get a win over KILLERFREAK, that would make such a huge statement for him. But for KILLERFREAK, if he loses this game, that will not do his chances of winning the Elite Division.
How do you think that first incident affects his mental? But we know KILLERFREAK is somebody who's very strong mentally. Does this really affect him going into that BAJI game? Or you feel like it's going to be a source of motivation for him to even do better?
I think at the moment it might be a source of motivation, but depending on what happens throughout the Elite Division, that will now determine, you know, if you're getting to week 3, week 4, and you have someone in the lead position going unbeaten, then you now start ruining every chance that wasn't taken, every 3 points that was dropped, every point that was dropped. So I mean, at the moment in time, this is perfect motivation for him. So you know what, I'm gonna have to prove it all over again to these guys that regardless of what happens, I can go on ahead and win everything. But if you start getting to the crunch time and it is just 3 points separating him from potentially clinching the title, that's when regret might start creeping in.
I mean, for me, I had my doubts about how brilliant this man was, KILLERFREAK. Every single time he picks up a controller, I did have my doubts. When we were about to start a VGA grid, I confidently said I don't think he comes to Ghana and wins it all. He totally proved me wrong. I'm a believer now.
Yeah,
part of the believing crowd. Because the thing is, when he came to Ghana, the first thing he told me at the airport was, "I'll prove you wrong." And first game showed me what he was all about till the final. The final was kind of tricky for him, but he's like, that's the thing, that confidence, the ability to grind out results, that man, he knows how to do the job. And I'm expecting that even though they forfeited his first game, he will put down his foot and do the job. But BAJI Jr. is not going to be easy. Mind you, their game in the Elite League last year was not a runaway game for KILLERFREAK. It was still pretty close, but KILLERFREAK got the win. Now on to our other game, our secondary game. It's not easy because there's a little bit of a backstory. You know, Guru is coming from Abuja. Do you know where Guru lives when he's in Lagos? He actually stays at the same place for life staying. So they potentially grind together. I don't know if they do. I mean
potentially,
yeah.
They always want to
potentially grind together and all of these things. I mean, this fixture has for me so much written about it because we saw friends play each other, it ended in 7-0.
Yeah, I mean,
we see friends play each other and it's in a big scoreline again. I mean, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. You know, when you're looking at it from the outside, you're saying to yourself, you know what, ADEFOLA has the pedigree of someone who should go on to win everything. But Guru, I always talk about this, about hunger, about the player that wants it the most. That's what happens. That's what happens. And I think if you go back and watch the game, even though sometimes ADEFOLA's demeanor can be very deceiving, he's always relaxed, always calm, always look like he's not serious, even when the pressure is so on. But you see his opponent looking like he was the one who wanted it the most. That was tactical, and tactical was able to get the job done. Now, I think for Guru, tactical has done him a whole lot of favor. Tactical has shown him that, listen, this man is not invisible.
Yeah.
You could come and get something out of this one. So the question is, can he step up to the plate and get something out of this one?
And the one thing about Guru, what we saw in the Pro Leagues was every big game, he sort of performs. There wasn't any big game that you said, okay, Guru maybe underperformed a bit. I think he was truly incredible throughout. So massive kudos to Guru. But
He has done a little bit of the job. Players like Mitchell, even though as Freak would somehow against the run of play take that lead. That's what we're talking about. BAJI Junior not taking his chance, and KILLERFREAK half chance. He doesn't need more than that to bury it beyond.
Well, exactly. This is a man who just dropped points earlier on. He wasn't going to pass off this opportunity. We get to see that opportunity from BAJI Junior early. He had done everything right, but just that goal was missing from Ajibade right there. And for KILLERFREAK on the 10, it was always going to be about execution and clinicalities. As BAJI Junior is back on level 10. Quick response from him here in the Elite League. Wow.
Exactly what we're expecting from this man. BAJI Junior is one of those ones who he's been the prince of Nigerian FC for a very long time. Now all he needs is a definite win for him to become that king. As that quick turnaround from KILLERFREAK will see him, oh my goodness, already taunting his opponents early on in the game with that celebration. This is makings of a very interesting
You know
game.
when we speak about AI defending and not allowing your opponent to get into a striker where you are forced to use your defenders, when you play against players like KILLERFREAK, they test you every single time. Like, can you be disciplined enough? I think on that defensive possession there, maybe BAJI Junior took away the discipline a bit. He switched to the center back early, and that's how come KILLERFREAK was able to turn around and get the finesse in. 26 minutes in, 3 goals already in this game as KILLERFREAK first game on the broadcast looking
very sharp actually.
To potentially run away with this one. Oh. Well, this one last year's second place finish in the Elite League. Well, he's starting strong once again. Antoine Semenyo banging in another goal. That team of the season item I told you about. When he starts running, because he's got rapid, because he's got a lengthy style of running, and he's got about over 94 pace, you know it's going to be difficult to stop him when he's in his stride. And I mean, the use of the player lock once more by this man. Just the quick passing is so difficult to stop.
My oh my. The third one goes in for KILLERFREAK. Is the one that will give him a whole lot of breathing room in the first half. I did tell you, every single goal, it looks like this time around he's celebrating every single goal. It's not very well, I don't think we see that consistently, because maybe it's a strategy to sort of taunt your opponents and sort of force them to act out of character, you know, go mentally in their heads. But whatever the case is, it does look like it's working. As Police Boy would say, killer for a...
I mean, he does kill a lot of opposition. He does. I mean, it's rarely you see KILLERFREAK lose a game, but when it comes up against opponents like BAJI Junior, you kind of doubt a bit if KILLERFREAK can do the business. But so far, he's erasing all of those doubts. Timber will get there first. That's one guy who can catch up to Semenyo on the wing. That's team of the season item, Urian Timber, a stalwart at the back for Arsenal in their impressive season this year. BAJI Junior missed a couple of chances earlier on, has come back to rule them a bit, but still has the ability to break KILLERFREAK down. Mariona start just perfect, but can't go past Donnarumma.
The thing is about when you're looking at this game, if you've been following from the very get-go, you see that BAJI Junior has had chance after chance. So as this time around, there might be a mistake, and Donnarumma, that far reach, coming into play again and again to save KILLERFREAK from.
Look, I've got a little bone to pick with EA Sports. You know, Donnarumma's team of the year item has got far reach plus, so it makes him an excellent goalkeeper to have. But his team of the season doesn't, and I packed his team of the season, so now it basically means I cannot use him because I've got Oliver Kahn that has got the far reach, but I'd love to use the Donnarumma item, and you can see him multiple occasions really saving KILLERFREAK's blushes. But I like this response from BAJI Junior, taking the game to KILLERFREAK even when you're 3-1 down, showing that this game is not going to be heavily one-sided. Royce pushed off the ball by Kante. That is what you expect a DM of such quality to be doing. BAJI on the break, very confident on the ball as he makes strides into KILLERFREAK's box. Shelling will find Mariona. Great turn to find the finesse with Beckham, and see how quickly KILLERFREAK closed up on the finesse.
I mean, I expected that one to be done and dusted by Beckham there. Just that little pause, enough for KILLERFREAK to stop that one from being a problem. As the player lock will release Kaka, who is in pole position right now. Is there a runner? It seems like there is. Oh my
my goodness, that one doesn't go in. And Donnarumma is absolutely there to clear every single chance. My goodness, how that one would have definitely changed the face of the first half, because I mean, for the past 10 minutes or so, it's been all BAJI Junior.
I mean, even though this one didn't end up in the goal, it's a play I'd love to look back on. When he was on the wing with KAYKAY, when he looked into the box, he didn't have too many options, but that is where the player lock comes to play.
Yep.
Player lock someone from the back, I believe it was Beckham, and got him into pole position. Almost got a goal through that. Unlucky for BAJI Junior, but in the Elite League, unlucky players usually suffer. And for KILLERFREAK, he's not unlucky too many times. Brilliant defending Mariona. And I believe that won't be deemed as a foul. KILLERFREAK will have a free kick in a promising possession. We've already seen BAJI Junior score from a crazy free kick. Can KILLERFREAK reply with that? Excellent start to this game.
Excellent start. I mean, you can see that man, he's all smiles already. I'm very, very sure he's thinking about that free kick goal and how much damage mentally it will do to his opponent, BAJI Junior. While both players currently are in the post, I think they are done. And you can see BAJI Junior also knows what's going on, and he has quickly set up his team.
There was no stopping that. You kind of saw the writing on the wall. One Vierman stepped up. KILLERFREAK doing the business, 4-1 up, 45 minutes in. You kind of expected it with him with some opponents, but with how well BAJI Junior has played, I think he'll feel undone by with the number of chances he's missed.
This is one of those games. Wow. Outside foot score by Kevin De Bruyne, that is insane.
I think by Vierman actually. With the outside foot kill, it makes it even more difficult to stop because it's coming outside, and usually even when you put a defender on the line, they basically cannot stop the goal going in, and KILLERFREAK does the business, gets another one to go in. I mean, look, BAJI Junior in that 10-minute spell like you were talking about was the dominant one.
Yeah.
But these types of opponents show you that once your spell goes, like when you're playing against them, it's like basketball, it's a game of runs. You have your run, your 10-minute run. But the question is, how productive will you be in that run? And the thing is, BAJI was not productive. He created chances, but he just couldn't score. Sultan Heritage agrees with me totally. Says, nah, BAJI can't win again. He's unlucky. Like, I mean, if you can't finish like that, you'll be in trouble.
I mean, looking for the goal that would probably make it 2, and you're hitting the post from that angle. That is insane work. You know, the thing is, at this moment, it's not really about, he shouldn't be thinking about winning. He should just be thinking about the next goal going in. Should be for him. That is for BAJI himself. But this is one of those games that the opponent has really done very, very well from this, but for some reason, they are not able to convert that into goals. And you know how much goals matter, especially at the level that we are currently facing in the elite division. But whatever the case is, KILLERFREAK is a happy man. 4-1, even on the day where he is not the best player in some moments of the game. I think he will take that one every day, all day, especially on days like this against this sort of opponents.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, there were moments in the first half where he didn't look like the best player with the controller, but when it mattered the most, he does take his chances. BAJI Junior not giving up anytime soon. Beckham did have space to run into, but he's not the quickest of players, so you kind of understand why BAJI gave the ball away. I mean, Sadiq David, he's seen the same thing. BAJI's playing well, just not finishing better, and that's been the problem for him. But KILLERFREAK won't mind at all. He's exactly where he wants to be right now, shelling.
And Sultan saying BAJI should get a better goalkeeper. Listen, I don't think that the goalkeeper had anything to do with some of the goals we did see scored by KILLERFREAK. I
mean, some of them were unstoppable.
Unstoppable. He caught them on transitions. And as you can see, the difference between BAJI and KILLERFREAK is that every single time BAJI has the chance, most times he's playing against a set defense. KILLERFREAK has understood how to set his defense in such a manner, such a way that it's so hard to break him down when it matters the most, when he is under pressure.
Almost every single game, I see players use a different item as compared to everybody else. I'm seeing a UEFA Conference League item. Ismail Assar on the wing. He made that change for Ajibade. BAJI Junior. Can he get a way back into this game? This time, the low driven. And I think KILLERFREAK's reaction said it all, was expecting the goalkeeper to save it.
Yeah.
But BAJI, finally, he's fortunate enough for the goal to go in. You feel like it was coming. He deserves this goal for all of the good work he's been doing offensively.
Absolutely, he's done himself the very best of the job. And that's one thing about taking your chances as they come. Every other day, he has tried every other thing. He's hit the bar, I think, twice today. So far, so good. This one that seemed like the goalkeeper would definitely save it with that footwork is one that ultimately went in. So that means
you have to consistently go at your opponent. You have to consistently get those chances, create those chances, take those shots. And then, who knows, you might get some chances like this that will be going all the way in.
Well, certainly. 56 minutes gone on the game clock. We love how this game is setting us up for the finale. KILLERFREAK not out of the clear yet, but we know this man in positions like these, he finds a way to exploit. There's Jill Scott with a player lock, confident on the ball and always finding a way to break defenses down. I mean, I must say I'm impressed with how BAJI has approached this game. Usually, you see people play against these types of opponents and they are timid, but you can't say that about BAJI Jr. at all. He's taking the game to this man and he's proving that he is indeed an elite player and is indeed part of the 13 best players here in Nigeria.
My goodness, I mean, at this point in time, 60 minutes 4-2. I'm very, very sure that KILLERFREAK now is no longer as confident as he was when that fourth goal went in earlier on, because now all of a sudden the next goal goes in for BAJI. There is problem in the defense for KILLERFREAK. If this one goes in for KILLERFREAK, then he has potentially done himself a whole lot of good. But BAJI, what a step up there to ensure
that switching for him was absolutely perfect, because he was tracking back with his midfielders. Then immediately that pass went into the striker. So you don't tell Jacobo Ramon was able to get that all-important tackle in. BAJI gaining momentum now with goodness through space. Saliba trying to catch up.
Oh!
This one is not done yet. Don't sleep on this man. He's back in it.
If it works, don't change it. First time had the low driven go through. After trying different variations of shots, he decides to go again at it. BAJI comeback, I believe, says Sadiq David. My goodness, we might also just be believers.
Well, we get to look on the replay. First time was so nice. He had to do it twice. A little dribbling against the goalkeeper. Donnarumma couldn't get a hand to it. It's 4-3 now, and he's in again. Is that onside from Semenyo? I believe it is. BAJI
gets a comeback. My goodness. Boy, oh boy, this is Division 1. This is the Elite Leagues. My goodness. Take about BAJI. I tell you, at one point in this game, we thought he was done and out, but he has proven himself to be the man that has that dog in him.
From 4-1 down against the toughest of opponents, he doesn't give up at all. Semenyo to bang it into the back of the goal, and we have a game on our hands.
Possibly the quickest double goal we have seen so far. That tells you that if you have not sat down and you're not ready for what the Elite Division is going to give you, you better go think a seat, because this is just the beginning.
Are you not entertained? It's exactly what KD Sports has promised for 2026. Entertainment all over. And these guys are delivering to the highest level. We will raise it, Fabulous, Precious. We will raise it. We are raising the levels. We are raising the bars. Oh. Wow. I mean, 20 minutes to go. What do you think is running through KILLERFREAK's head?
I don't know what it is, because I don't want to be there right now. I mean, the pressure, the nerves. I did talk to you about how every goal was celebrated. I mean, he did try to taunt his opponent, but that tells you about this man's mental state, BAJI. He was able to stay in, stay tuned, stay locked in, and get himself back from 3 goals down to 4-4. Against this type of opponent, that tells you that, listen, that man has really, really done his homework. If he can get a win from this game, then we might say KILLERFREAK is in trouble.
Well, this will certainly be a confidence booster for BAJI if he can see this game out and probably get a win. Kaka just slightly on offside with that one. Great use of the offside trap from KILLERFREAK, keeping the line so high. We know he loves to play with the high line. He loves his pressing, and that time catching BAJI Jr. off guard with that high line. There's Kante in the midfield. BAJI in transition again. He's been deadly all day long. I mean, on that left-hand side, Shelling and Kaka, their link-up has just been exquisite, and KILLERFREAK just hasn't found a way to deal with it yet. Speaking of KILLERFREAK, he'll build up an attack of his own through Giuliano, finding Scott, the incisive pass, coming to work there. He's in a danger position. KILLERFREAK to potentially get his lead back. Tried the ball roll scoop into the finish, while BAJI Jr. led to the danger and getting everybody behind the ball. Vierman, 15 minutes to go in this heavyweight matchup here in the Elite League Season 2. It's exactly what we asked for. Back to Vierman, who finds Giuliano. Semenyo, still to take his time right on the end of the box. KILLERFREAK trying something unorthodox. We don't usually see that from him.
Oh!
what a pass. He's through a goal to lead for the very first time. Donnarumma comes to save.
I love the fact that KILLERFREAK took that initiative as soon as he saw that pass, brought the goalkeeper out, and I think that was BAJI being caught in many minds. The goalkeeper was off his line. A lot would have definitely punished.
I mean, so many options he could have picked from, but the magnitude of this game is truly telling. He's in again, another opportunity for BAJI. He'll take it this time.
My goodness.
Down. He's 5-4 up. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is ready for this moment.
Somebody pinch me and wake me up. This is the stuff of dreams. KILLERFREAK, a man who at some point was very poised to take this one home, has already somehow found himself going down against his opponent, BAJI Jr. 5-4, we already have on our hands. Yes, we still have some minutes to play, but my goodness, the chat is going crazy. People are screaming this man's name, but definitely this might be the moment where he announces himself to the Nigerian audience. Crazy scenes, man. That is what Sultan Heritage is saying. My goodness, I wonder what you think is currently happening inside the arena. Sadiq says, I believed.
Manny, you called BAJI Jr. the prince of Nigerian FC Sports. He's usually always close to winning, but he never gets the job done. Could this be the moment that those narratives change? Could this be the game that entirely changes his career? The Game Evolution Esports, man. He's minutes away, in fact, 8 minutes away from doing the unthinkable. Things we thought could not happen. Beating a guy like KILLERFREAK, well, he's still got a job defensively to do. And can he do it? De Jong, just on the end of the box, wins the ball back. BAJI Jr. I mean, if he finds one more goal, that will certainly put the game to bed.
That will possibly be him putting the last nail on the coffin of this particular game, as KILLERFREAK will seem to try and turn everything around. He can't find a way as the goalkeeper Maignan steps up and holds on to that one for dear life. My goodness.
Insane stuff here. Into 5 minutes we go. I mean, this game has been chopping and changing. I believe that's onside from Shelling. She'll get there first. Finish the cut.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there you have it. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Wow, you know when that was Selling, every single time we find Selling in that position, it is definitely going in. No other option. My oh my, the fact that he went over the top this time around, every single time he had gone for that far passes, for that far through passes, it's been through the floor, it's been through the blade of the grass. But the first time he went over the top and he has gotten himself a huge goal. Wow. Again, the chat is going crazier.
BAJI Jr. Wow, he did say he's got something up his sleeve. And we didn't expect to see this. But that's what the Elite League is all about. You do not underestimate any opponent here. If last year it didn't go well for him, this year it's entirely different.
Unbelievable from Holistic. Listen, I totally agree with Holistic right now. That is the same sentiment I have right now as BAJI Jr. will look to sort of run down the clock. Abiona Rashid says BAJI all the way. If this is a game that sort of changes the narrative about BAJI Jr. in terms of where he is going to be mentioned when it comes to mentioning some of the very greats, this is the definitely one that we should put in the galleries.
Well, the final whistle goes. He's pulled it off. Humongous win to send this place into absolute pandemonium. There you have it. BAJI Jr. secures all 3 points against last year's runner-up KILLERFREAK. What a performance that was. We totally enjoyed ourselves here in the broadcasting. We hope you guys did too, watching from home. Excellent performance from BAJI Jr. He says Farouk should get ready as well. Nobody's joking. I totally agree.
I agree. I mean, we've seen it. KILLERFREAK prior to this game, a lot of conversations was about how he could possibly try another unbeaten run. And yes, the first one was a walkover. This one was not. This was a game well done, a game that was well cooked and delivered by BAJI on his doorstep. What a craziness this has been. As you can see, Guru and BAJI sharing some conversations about how that what happened. The emotions very right, and this is something I totally love to see. BAJI Jr., what a man, what a game.
Insane. And I mean, I totally get why the chat is going absolutely crazy. Wow. I mean, insane. It's totally Massive. I mean, sometimes just BAJI might just finish second after KINGNONEX wins. Say, hey, we've already had people completing their standings of KINGNONEX winning and BAJI second. This is just week 1. You guys have to slow your roll a little bit, but we hope you guys are enjoying this money. You know what I'm eager to see right now?
Tell me.
The table. Because guess what? KILLERFREAK is actually last on the table, which is insane to think of after week 1. After week 1, nobody was.
No, I think it's not going to be last because don't forget that DADABOI lost by huge
But DADABOI
margin.
just played 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, but
and KILLERFREAK has lost 2 games.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's 2 games.
Oh, wow.
He'll literally be at the bottom of the list, which nobody is expecting. That's insane. I mean, Aleni call it for the table.
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing BAJI topping the table. That's insane.
Wow.
And there was a comment I was looking at before we moved up. It said, unique player, unique formation, GG's. That's the thing about him.
I've seen one comment that's very intriguing. From Police Boy 071. It says, skill gap greatly reduced in FC26. Look, okay, it might be a true statement, but I just think it's the fact that once you win something where you are no longer chasing for things like KILLERFREAK winning the grid. Everybody else is watching and seeing how to try to catch up to him. His games are all over there. A lot of people are watching. People are learning. A guy like BAJI Jr., I would say, he wasn't far from KILLERFREAK. He just needed to put in the practice, put in the grind, and really show up in these types of moments.
Even last year.
Who would have thought? That's 4-1 down.
We thought it was game done and dusted.
I don't think KILLERFREAK has ever given up a lead this big.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
Absolutely insane. As you will see, this one between ADEFOLA and Guru, that would be the one that would end us for today. I think due to 1 or 2 reasons, they were not able to play.
I saw guys in the chat asking for ADEFOLA versus Guru. It didn't happen in the back. We're trying to rectify a couple of errors here and there, but we'll give you that one to finish us up for today. I mean, the way KILLERFREAK and BAJI settled things up for us, I hope this one keeps the same momentum. ADEFOLA losing his first game of the day. Guru beating KAYKAY by 5 goals to 2. They're in different positions. We'll see how the result turns around. But what an insane game we've just seen. This is one that will be spoken about for weeks to come. Weeks and weeks to come. BAJI moving with this type of confidence. That's 6 points out of a possible 6. That takes him straight to the top of the table. I mean, if you check KILLERFREAK off his list, as a
next
win,
person possibly will be KINGNONEX and Farouk.
He'll be buzzing with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're looking on paper, the only 2 people that can sort of, especially as it stands, pose a little bit of challenge after KILLERFREAK has been taken off that list is Farouk and KINGNONEX.
I mean, I disagree heavily because I think with this elite league, it is showing me that there's just so many players. I want to see a BAJI versus Mitchell. I think there could be a storyline there. I want to see a BAJI versus Fola. Like, there's just BAJI versus Guru. There's so many games where you can drop points. Nobody expected KILLERFREAK to drop points to BAJI Jr. or even WOLEVATION. I mean, we know how those points came about, but there's just so many unpredictabilities with this elite league, and that's why I'm loving it so far. Week 1 has totally been a blast.
I agree with you. Week 1 has been nothing but enjoyable. I mean, for me, if you look at what he has done today, BAJI Jr. has come 1, 2 out of 2. He now has to go on and try and win something, maybe another 8, 9 out of a potential 10. I mean, that's the job done for the day. A great week 1 for BAJI. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if you see him as player of week 1. I mean, he's done the job, done the business.
He's done the job. Beating Mr. Oga, beating KILLERFREAK. It's no easy.
Opponents.
It's no easy.
Titans in the game.
Exactly.
If you permit me to say.
What if Guru does it? Guru also if he beats KAYKAY and ADEFOLA.
Oh, well, let's see.
That's a close one.
That's a very close one.
Let's see as we turn our attentions to this game. ADEFOLA not as impressive as he was maybe back in the grid in Ghana. He's got to show a level because against Tactical, I feel like he was out of the game a bit. Didn't show that true dominance we usually expect from ADEFOLA. Playing a guy like Guru, you have to be on your A game or else you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I agree with you. I think that's where it will ultimately come down to. Can he get those quicker passes out of the locker? Because, I mean, I did mention it against Tactical. The problem was he wasn't so quick with his passes. He was a bit lethargic. And playing against someone like Tactical, you're going to get punished every single day. The question now is, can the man Guru take note of what BAJI Jr. has done and, you know, sort of ensure that there is no respect shown to his opponents? As we begin the game between Guru and ADEFOLA in that red kit, while Guru is in the all blue kit.
Well, final action of the day, Guru playing ADEFOLA. This should be intriguing to wrap us up for today. I believe ADEFOLA will be I mean, desperately looking for some points to pick up here, but it's not going to come easy as the man all the way from Abuja. A splendid player in his own right. Here comes ADEFOLA. Morgan Gibbs White, which Manny did mention earlier, is more or less like a gem of a card. I told you, everybody seems to have that one.
Oh my goodness.
That was out of nowhere right there.
Oh my goodness.
It's something different. One-time shot.
That is what we want to see.
Volley.
With Ajibade also, that is what we want to start seeing consistently from that man. We know he has the ability. We know he has everything in his locker to get some of those goals from crazy moments like that. So I want to see more and more of those type of goals from that man, the most decorated Nigerian FC player ever, ADEFOLA. That name is still ringing bells today in the Halls of Fame.
Well, certainly he's one to always look out for in any tournament, in any league. You cannot forget anything about it. I mean, excellent start to this game. I mean, for Guru though, the approach has got to be potentially taking the game to ADEFOLA. I think he's got to take a period out of BAJI Junior's books of what he did to KILLERFREAK. I mean, you've got to respect your opponent, but if you respect them too much, they will take the game away from you. You've got to take the game to them.
I don't even think that there should be any respect shown except sportsmanship when necessary, because if you do look at the game between BAJI and KILLERFREAK, there was no respect shown at all. This one might be offside. Yes, it is. Very, very slight offside, but it's an offside nonetheless, as we would have a Guru trying to come. I mean, if there's any reason why someone like Guru should be sort of calm under this type of condition is, at some point, BAJI Junior was down by 3 goals. 3-0, BAJI scored 1, and KILLERFREAK made it 4-1. And from there, he scored 4 crazy goals in the space of 20 minutes. So for me, I don't think this is anything that should be worrying someone of Guru's caliber. He should just calm himself down and see if this one can turn around for him, as ADEFOLA will be looking forward to getting himself back into the action.
You look at how ADEFOLA has approached this game. It's more or less like a man who is on a mission in his own right. There goes Gibbs White. It's some exquisite dribbling. Oh. Yashin comes up with a save. When ADEFOLA is in those tight boxes, there's not too many players better than him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like dribbling wise, it's insane what he can do sometimes. And there goes Guru with selling. Maybe the angle not the best, but you find another angle to try it.
I mean,
and it will work.
So, as soon as I saw Shelling going down, I knew he was going to come back.
But look,
I knew he was going to turn back.
The thing is, I'm sure Fola knew he would turn back as well. But
the question was when.
When, exactly. And I believe the mind games that's played into Guru's hands right there, getting an all-important equalizer. This one also setting up to be another banger on our hands. Shelling once more from Mateo. Guru on the break, trying to link up with Ajibade on the right hand side. I'm loving this introduction of the Ajibade item. Yeah. People are using her very, very well. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, the rules did say for the maximum of 30 minutes, but we are seeing her across 60 and potentially 90 minutes of the in-game of these players. So for me, I think that I really love the fact that we are seeing some representation from Nigerian players in this one. This one might be offside. Yes, it is called off as offside.
Well. This is the stuff we told you guys about with the Elite League. Guru could have taken a shot right there from Mateo. Was looking for the extra pass to give. ADEFOLA has got to be careful. Buja's Guru has started getting comfortable in his box. He cannot afford that this early on. Shelling in the box where ADEFOLA usually excels. Finds McTominay. Fola taking his time with a breakdown and knows that a right time will come. That's been his approach to playing. I mean, FC in previous iterations, if you watch Fola across any capacity, whether it's a rivals game, a champs game, whether it's FIFA 23, 22, FC 26, he's just a patient man. And he believes that that patience will always pay off. And I mean, the patience has totally paid off throughout his career. Like Manny keeps saying, the most decorated man within the Nigerian FC scene. So when he still plays like this, you can't really question him because his work is just that you've got to maybe say, you know what, he's got to adapt to it a bit, quickening the pace at times, and it could work for him in some moments. He did quicken the pace in Ghana, and that's why it worked. But here in Nigeria, you can tell that most of these players are playing at a very, very higher pace.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I'm looking at it's not just the pace itself. It's sometimes I think the choice of the players. While I'm looking at it and saying, yes, some of these players have on paper the attributes and the play styles that should work. But you see, there's a different thing about when in game, a player that has some of these attributes, that has some of these play styles, how well can they deliver for you on the pitch? I mean, he's the one who has the most unfamiliar players in his game.
I think I'm seeing Gravenberg, I'm seeing
the Gibbs White.
Yeah, exactly. So many different.
Yeah.
Joao Pedro's
also.
I mean, Joao Pedro's team of the season item, like, that's different from everybody else. ADEFOLA using players that he feels comfortable with. So far in that first game, it didn't pan out for him, but maybe in this one, it will be a different result. Here comes Guru. Ajibade on the wing. That's clearly offside
yes,
from Mateo. You're currently watching National E-Soccer League Elite League here live from Lagos, Nigeria. Of course, proudly brought to you by Kid Esports. We are still not a part of the family. Make sure you head down to YouTube and subscribe to the channel. If you're currently watching and not subscribed, kindly do so. This and every weekend for the next 5 weeks, this is the place to be, where all of the action will go down. If you want all of the updates as to how the table looks like, what updates will be coming in, make sure you're following across all social media platforms at KD Sports everywhere, on Instagram, on TikTok, on X, on Facebook. KD Sports has got everything covered for you.
Yes, as we'll see, both players go back to back and try and see if they can get something out of this one before the turn of the first half. ADEFOLA took the lead. Guru responded not too long after, and it's been tied ever since. But both players, they had the quality. We have not seen really the best of Guru. Maybe that's the reason why it's still in a stalemate. He usually is in free-flowing game. We did see that one against KK earlier on, where he tore his opponent KK apart. I think that one ended in 5-1 or 5-2 earlier in the day.
I mean, man, we're speaking about the great things that have been coming with KD Sports, and I believe 2026, when they set out for this year, the roadmap was pretty clear. Onile Challengers Cup, Pro League, we had beautiful finish ADEFOLA. I mean, with Gravenberg using his body to shield off the defenders, it's perfect for him as he currently leads 2-1. So yeah, KD Sports, Pro League, Elite League, they had a KH24 potentially happening this year. But even more blessings did happen if you are following the African community. I mean, Saudi Arabia just announced they're about to do the Esports Nations Cup. We have been familiar with Esports World Cup. That features a lot of clubs. But this time, they want to add countries. And speaking of one of the best from this country, it is Guru. Get him back on level terms. Massive game. So yeah, the ENC was introduced. And you know what? Everybody had a chance to become a national team partner, but they chose one organization with all of the great works that they've been doing. KE Sports is at the forefront. They will be controlling everything for Nigeria. So, I mean, if you're not following KD Sports, you're missing out on all of the good things that's happening with Nigerian esports.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really enjoy the fact that this is where we currently are at with KD Esports finally getting some acknowledgement as to what they have done. As you can see, this has been a long time coming. We did this for KD24. We did this one in 25 last year with Onile, with the Elite Division Season 1, and now.
And I mean, if you've been seeing KD Sports and just an FC Esports Light, you've got to change your opinion, because they've been doing more than just FC Esports. And with the ENC, the great thing is, it's not just for the guys that play FC. Look, if a guru like this says, okay, you know what, I can play FC and I can play chess, he can play both games.
Absolutely.
If you are good at chess, Rainbow Six Siege, you are good at Call of Duty Mobile, all of these games, and clearing the ENC, make sure you check KD Sports out and hit them up. Sultan Heritage says his defense wasn't good at the beginning like Freak. ADEFOLA once more with a Morgan Gibbs White banging in another goal. That's 3-2. This game going back and forth like we expected, and Guru now down by a goal in this one. I reckon we see more goals in the second half, because it feels like both of them have the ability to beat each other's defenses as we approach this first half.
I think for ADEFOLA, the fact that he just was able to get this one over the line at halftime is potentially the fact that he has done himself a whole lot of good. It has not been easy for him throughout this game. He got the first goal. Guru got his own equalizer. He got the second goal. Guru responded almost immediately. And the fact that this time around there was no response from Guru after that goal went in, the third goal went in, especially in the first half, potentially has done him a whole lot of good. He's now going to rest a little bit and look forward to what a second half has to give.
I mean, when you look at Adefola right now, it kind of seems like he's speaking to himself, telling himself, let's keep going, let's keep going, let's keep going. And you tend to see that players do that a lot. They try to keep themselves locked in. Like, cause sometimes during the halftime pause, something might distract you, somebody speaking to you, or you're thinking about something else, but speaking to yourself can always keep you locked in. And you see the veteran Adefola doing that as we speak, as we're underway for this second half.
Yep, the second half starts, and this time is Adefola who will be kicking us off from left to right in that red kit. In case you're just joining us, this has been a fantastic week one. We have seen games after games after games. Right from the very get-go, we saw games that had us agape-mouthed. We had Guru versus KAYKAY, the game that saw KAYKAY decimate his opponent Guru first off, showing us signs of things to come early on. Adefola went up against Tactical, losing that one in a very close-shave encounter, while Mitch tore his opponent apart. Mitch beating ANIFE by 7 goals to 0. DADABOI going up against KAYKAY, where KAYKAY got some sort of revenge against DADABOI, beating him, I think, 12-2 or so. BAJI Junior versus Mr. Oga ended in a 5-2 win for BAJI Junior, while KINGNONEX and Mitchell saw KINGNONEX get himself a huge 3 points, while Mitchell was left looking lackluster after that game. Tactical versus WOLEVATION saw Tactical win that one 4-2. He ended after 90 in-game minutes, as Guru will be looking to sort of get himself back in the game. You can see Adefola really trying to charge himself and rally himself up. But the craziest one we saw today was BAJI Junior versus KILLERFREAK. BAJI coming back from 4-1 to get himself a huge 3 points in a 5-4 victory. And now Adefola versus Guru is where we'll be ending the game and the round trip for today.
Well, I noticed a quick change from Guru. Usually uses Salah on the right hand side, but I noticed that he had changed him earlier for a starting lineup, but he has brought back the Egyptian Mohamed Salah. I believe it's a Champions League item on the right hand side. Maybe just a couple of tactical changes in there for him. But one thing that I've picked up on is the fact that Adefola has improved defensively in this game. When Guru was breaking him down easily, I don't think it's that easy again for him. He's making tackles, he can't give the ball away there. Oh, but he can't hold on to it for long. Zielinski getting on the rebound. Guru back in the mix. It feels like a jinx when I say he was defending well, and then he gives
all
it
of a
away
sudden
cheaply.
Yeah, it does happen. We do call it the commentator's curse over here, but I think to be honest, the initial defense was great, and then he lost the ball from that pass, and that's where it all spells doom for him. But I'm looking at Guru and I'm saying, you know what? Well done for being in there to ensure that he was going to take control of that rebound. Wow. Guru now will be looking to take hold of this momentum and turn things around. Adefola with that Gibbs item. Joao Pedro. Not so many people have used Joao Pedro. My goodness, over the top goals for that header. This time around, Yassin stepping up and refusing to be fooled by that line of action. Joao Pedro over the top. That was a very good pass. Could have been a very, very deadly one for Adefola if he wasn't paying attention. Good luck to him. He was paying attention there, and this time around he might have some other chance to use that. Oh, Adefola again and again refusing to go out without something from this game.
Well, it's a great finish. Just after missing the opportunity, the next one comes and he makes no mistake at all. The threaded pass from Gibbs White. You were asking why Gibbs White was in that team. This is the reason why, to make passes like those. And Joao Pedro, I mean, the close control, the magical feet from Adefola. We told you about this man's dribbling, and it is on show here at the Elite League Week 1 on the KD Sports YouTube channel. There goes Guru. Well. 30 minutes to go in this one. You feel like the goals are not done yet, Manny?
I definitely don't think so. I mean, we've seen this one has been end-to-end, back-to-back. Both players have shown each other that they could definitely get the ball beyond their goalkeepers. Now, Adefola has to ensure he doesn't lose. This might be a low driven. I knew he was definitely going to go for that low driven, but I don't think that was how Guru was expecting that one. The animation, the shooting animation, I don't think that's how he expected it to go all the way.
I mean, Guru did work that one pretty well, but ADEFOLA saved by that goalkeeper right there. That's why you'd want to use a goalkeeper that's got that footwork plus, because these days the low-driven shots, you know how deadly they are. We just remember BAJI versus KILLERFREAK. BAJI literally scored 3 low-driven shots in a row, and Donnarumma just couldn't do anything about it. McTominay for Calafiore's Guru banging on the door of the equalizer. Every single goal that ADEFOLA has had, Guru has had a response. Can he find yet another response in this game with 35 minutes left on the game clock? McTominay for Guru. Evander. I mean, that was bulldozing of ADEFOLA to step out with the defender like that. And sometimes when you watch this type of defending, it's risky defending, but high risk, high reward.
But the thing is, my problem now with aside the defending is the passing that happens after the defending. Every time he gets the ball, there's just a little bit of time where the passing is very suspect. That is ADEFOLA. And in the moment where you've not had the very best of starts, you'll be looking forward to take as many points as you can off your opponent, especially in the fact that he currently is in the lead. This will be the very best time for this man to get these 3 points.
Well, surely, as we get into this pause, this one as tight as ever, as I believe Guru will be working the corner. And these last 5 to 10 minutes, Guru, he's been the one pushing Salah on the edge of the area. I was expecting a first-time finesse, but didn't go for it directly, and he loses possession of the ball. Now watch out for Fola on the counter. He's got bodies up top. If he can find them, João Pedro, will he go left or right? Goes to the top to Selin. Getting the finish will be important here. And was that the best decision to take?
For me, I would have gone for a driven cross. As soon as that ball went from João Pedro,
there was a runner.
There was a runner who was in space. That one definitely could have been the better option for ADEFOLA. But this time around, it didn't go in. Now he has a chance from the corner. He still has bodies up top, but he has to be very careful. Guru is a man who knows how to get those balls from the counters, and he doesn't want to be caught in this type of moments where he's on the transition, just like we are seeing right now. Guru now, there are 5 players against 6. Triggered runs here and there, and finally he's able to somehow survive that one.
Wow. The intensity is certainly going up a notch. You can tell we are getting closer and closer to the final whistle. And everybody now understanding the importance of points. Even though it's week 1, you don't want to start on the wrong foot. ADEFOLA has already started on the wrong foot. He doesn't want it to continue in the same vein. Gibbs White, great touch. Oh, find out Pedro. Excellent touch. Couple with an excellent finish. You can't keep this man out for too long. That touch from João Pedro was just out of this world.
Usually this man is so calm. He's so composed, but this is the most emotion we have seen from ADEFOLA in a very long time. That tells you how much it means to the man himself.
Wow, I love this goal so much. Just look at that touch right there. You can tell Guru wasn't expecting that at all. And that outburst of emotion from ADEFOLA says it all. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant goal. And he leads 5 goals to 3. Could that be the goal that seals it? I mean, Precious also enjoying that goal. Says nice goal for La. Indeed, a very, very good goal. Is that the goal that puts this game to bed?
I mean, if he stays the way he has been, he has maintained the shape across the second half, where he has not lost the ball too many times like he did in the first half, where it just seemed like pass after pass after pass was finding its way to his opponent's Guru. Then maybe, just maybe, he would have done the business. But 14 minutes, we did see how very little time BAJI needed to score 3-4 goals. That tells you that this is a whole lot of time for the man Guru to come back into the action. But nice way to step up there with McTominay and cut out that attack, potentially from becoming something worrisome, as Javinho will be bombing down that right channel. We did talk about this man's pace again and again. ADEFOLA might just be trying to see if he can get this one over the line. I have not really seen game management for ADEFOLA as much as we have seen from him in this particular game today. This time around, it isn't the best, and he now might be in trouble. Here's Salah for Guru. Guru losing out eventually to Gravenberch there. That is possibly, potentially, the very best decision ADEFOLA has done for himself today.
Fola, I mean, he's played well in large margins of this game, and you'd expect him to be able to hold on to this lead with tons of experience that he's had. He's battle tested ADEFOLA all through the years of him playing this FC esport, and you're expecting that he can't go away with it because he knows how to manage games. But the thing is, the opponent that he's coming up against is a relentless one. Guru will keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And we'll see if the man all the way from Abuja has enough to break ADEFOLA down.
Going back to the question you asked me earlier today, asked me what's happening to the Abuja boys. I mean,
the Lagos boys.
Yeah, the Lagos boys rather. I mean, this is a Lagos boy stepping up, and another Lagos boy stepped up in the previous game before this one, where BAJI stepped up against KILLERFREAK and was able to do the business and get the job done.
Well, it was an all-important win for BAJI. But for Guru now, staring at the face of defeat, potentially with 8 minutes to go. ADEFOLA, things didn't go well for him in game 1 against Tactical. This one is looking like it's going to be a different result for this man. The OG himself coming back to the scene and looking to push Shelling. Can he find one more goal with Joao Pedro? I mean,
he's in full flow right now.
We told you guys, when he's in the groove, there's not a lot of players in this country better than him, especially in those dribbling types of positions. And he's already worked about 3 minutes of the clock and he's still holding on to the ball.
Yeah.
That is what experience looks like. That's what game management and game control looks like.
I mean, if Farouk right now looking at the game, because he's not on today's roster, he's not playing today. If you're Farouk looking at what is currently happening right now, how are you potentially feeling about this game?
I think you'll be saying to yourself, I cannot underestimate any opponent. Like every single game, you've got to play like it's a final. That's the only type of mentality that will get him to potentially repeat winning this title, because it's going to be insane. Phantom asking if Farouk is playing in this tournament. Yes, indeed. The National Esoccer League champion himself, he will be playing. We'll be seeing him in action next week, so make sure to be there. Saturday and Sunday is the place to be. ADEFOLA. Oh, maybe one more goal to put the icing on the cake, but unfortunately, Guru able to win back possession. And with just a minute plus added time to go, ADEFOLA certainly feels like he's done enough to get the job done. It didn't go well for him in game 1. That doesn't mean he cannot bounce back in game 2. And he's bounced back in the perfect possible way. 3 points and potentially even 6 goals on the day. Well, he'll take 5-star performance from him, and that will seal a very, very strong performance, and that's how ADEFOLA will want to end it.
Listen, this is potentially the biggest set of emotion, or the biggest type of emotion I've seen ADEFOLA at any competitive level. He's usually that man who is calm, almost nonchalant, but I think in this competition he's chalanting very well.
Well, the KD Sports athlete ADEFOLA gets on board 3 huge points. 3 massive points for him.
There was potentially conversations about Guru making to the.
It would have been crazy if ADEFOLA lost this game and the bottom 2 in the league would have been KILLERFREAK and ADEFOLA. That would have been insane.
I mean, that would have had us all going bonkers, because how would some of the very, very best of Nigerian esports currently occupy the bottom 2? For ADEFOLA, this is such a huge relief. There was conversation about Guru making it potentially to be a player of the week if he was able to get this win over ADEFOLA, but ADEFOLA snatched that one out of him. Not the very best of displays from Guru, I have to say also. He wasn't at his brilliant best as he was against KAYKAY. If this was the same type of game he produced against KAYKAY, possibly we might have had a different outlook altogether. As we go straight into the comment section, for last fingers are robotic, man. That's from Sultan Heritage. Sometimes when you see this man do some things on the controller, you know that, you know what, definitely I cannot be a pro FC player. I have to leave it for the guys who know how to do it.
That's where coming from. Aleni, he says ADEFOLA can top Olise's nonchalant. Well, today he wasn't nonchalant.
Today he's chalanting, Today he's chalanting. Because I mean, it gets to a certain point where it's all about who wants it more. And I think with the type of way he has reacted after that loss, especially, and against this win, after this win against Guru, not the best of performance, but with the way he has reacted, it shows you that he feels it. He feels the pressure, and that is where some of the very best players display their very, very best FC.
Well, we've seen excellent FC on display today. It's been brilliant FC, and I mean, if you want more of this, this is the place to be. Every weekend we'll be coming to your screens. Manny and I will be guiding you through everything that will be happening here live on KD Sports YouTube. I mean, if you're following across all socials, you know how things go down as well. Get your predictions in. Tell us what you think will be happening in the next upcoming weeks. But let's do a final roundup of how the games went today. We started off with Guru and KK, a battle that we saw in the Pro Leagues. Well, the rematch saw Guru start off strong, 5-2 win against KK. KillerFreak didn't show up on time. Rules are rules. Had to forfeit that first game. WOLEVATION took 3 goals and 3 points. Up next was ADEFOLA and Tactical. Tactical was just absolutely insane, and we saw Tactical get that all-important win 2-1. The MITCH versus ANIFE was insane. I mean, 7 goals to 0. And these were two friends. These were two friends who came up against each other. But Mitchell totally did the business. Then, of course, BAJI Senior versus KillerFreak was the game that shocked almost everybody. 6 goals to 4 when BAJI Junior, I apologize for that one, 4-1 down, and he turned it around 6-4. Then, of course, KK versus DADABOI was the heaviest scoreline of the day. KK had to bounce back from that earlier game, earlier loss to Guru 13-1. BAJI Junior also continued his winning streak, winning against Mr. Oga 5-2. KINGNONEX versus MITCH was entertaining. KINGNONEX, the champion of the Pro League, continuing in the same vein, 5-3. Tactical beating WOLEVATION 4-2. I mean, if we are speaking about players of the day, Tactical has a strong shout. Yeah. Beating ADEFOLA and WOLEVATION. Not easy. And then, of course, finally, ADEFOLA getting the win over Guru.
My goodness, that has been an amazing lineup. But interestingly enough, you know, we were talking about it earlier on in the day. Predictions were up for the ADEFOLA versus Guru game, and we have a winner on Instagram. Whoa. So Tommy, I think Tommy is the winner. Tommy, send a DM to the channel, send a DM to the team at KD Esports on Instagram, and they will set you up with your grand prize. I mean, this week I did not come with my octopus abilities. Next week, we'll leave it for next week. Absolutely, we are leaving it for next week. And also, we're going to be shouting out the top 3 commenters on YouTube. Holistic JOV is #1. We also have Dante White, and I think one other person I'm going to get them, but we have KD5152 is our top 2 commenter on YouTube, and Dante White is our top 3. He makes it in the top position for the top 3 commenters on YouTube. We want to say thank you guys for always, you know, coming to engage with us. I absolutely love it. I know also that Slimer absolutely love it. We love hearing you guys, and this conversation just makes it easier when we are all, you know, feeding off each other's energy on YouTube and on Instagram. Well, certainly we enjoy every single one of them. The support totally massive. Look, sometimes when we have LAN events like this, you're expecting, okay, maybe fans to come around, but even if you are unable to make it, your support on social media, on YouTube, it even goes crazy, and we appreciate every single one of you. Shout out to those top commenters. We hope to see you here next week, and we hope you guys enjoyed every bit of the action we had for you. What a week. What a start to the league. Yeah, 5 weeks of intense action, and game week 1 has already delivered. I don't know about you, but when we leave here, there's so much talking points for the guys like Guru, for the guys like Tactical, BAJI Junior, of course. Who else are you talking about if not that man? KillerFreak, of course. Who else are you talking about if not that man who has been handed for the very first time in any competition 2 losses back to back on the bounce? Yeah, on the bounce. You usually don't expect that. So many storylines to write out. I feel like Farouk Mamzo is currently salivating because KillerFreak usually is one of his biggest opponents in any league. So he'll be looking at himself and say, you know what, if I can get 10 wins, he has already lost 2, he probably is short of confidence. If I can get 10 wins, I might just come back and win this again. While BAJI will be looking and say, you know what, I have defeated one of Nigeria's top players. Maybe this is my year. Why not go? Why not go all the way? We've been calling him the prince for far too long. Why not put the crown on his head? Oh, that would be a crowning moment. Exactly. Well, speaking of crowns, there was a king today who was playing well. KINGNONEX did the business against MITCH. There are so many contenders around, and it's going to be an absolute blast next weekend. We spoke about the champion, the reigning defending champion, Farouk Mamzo. If you didn't see him on the broadcast today, don't worry at all. He's still in this. Next week, he will be at the forefront of things with the controller in his hands, playing at this very level. We'll see
see what the man has got for us. It's been a splendid day so far. I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody who has tuned in. It's been one to watch. I've enjoyed the gameplay, and you know when you watch the Elite League, you see that it's a little step above the Pro League.
I'm not going to say
things that we
say, yeah, there's a step.
You think there's a huge step?
I mean, KK really faltering in his very first game. You see someone like KINGNONEX having to match up.
Yeah.
This is probably the best performance we have seen from KK, from KINGNONEX rather, in any competition we have seen. And tactical, he has stepped up a little bit. I mean, for these guys, they have to step up their style of play. There's a little bit of step, and I think that shows that what we are doing currently at K Esports is working. The fact that the guys who are under have to really step up to. I mean, ANIFE lost by 7-0. Come on.
I mean, somebody who was comfortable.
DADABOI lost by
what? 31.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's absolutely insane. I mean, you just couldn't predict some of that stuff, but there's still more to come from us. Week in, week out, we're bringing all of this to you. You want to follow everything that's going on, head on KD Sports everywhere. Game Evolution will be putting up all of the updates. It's been an enjoyable week one, and hopefully every single week delivers. And shouts to all of our main sponsors for the Elite League. Esports Africa News couldn't do this without them. Game Pride IO, Game Evolution Studios, where we are live from Lagos, Nigeria, inside the Game Evolutions Studios. We couldn't do this without them, and our new partners on board, Trace Nigeria as well. Massive shouts to them.
Yep. And for all of you guys who joined us today from your homes, thank you guys for joining us. Every single person who commented, our top 3 commenters on YouTube, thank you guys. Don't forget also, next week, go on Instagram, follow the channel, ensure you are predicting. There's so much prizes to be won. Stay tuned. We have so much action coming in the coming weeks. This has been a fun one. Sly, you had a lot of fun today, yes?
Certainly.
See you guys here, same time next week. Don't go anywhere. It is going down on Saturday and Sunday right on this channel.